on the Hawkeyes Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of the University of Iowa, it's baseball time in Iowa City. Live from Duane Banks Field, it's a midweek matchup between the visiting Bradley Braves and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome to the broadcast booth alongside my fine color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. Home sweet home, and man, do the Hawkeyes need a little bit of that. A surprising loss last night in Chicago. The Hawkeyes were run-ruled 14-3 by the UIC Flames. So a quick turnaround today with Bradley in town. We already played the Braves this season. We beat them 9-6 in Peoria. Remember, that was on our way to Indiana before our series with the Hoosiers in Bloomington. The Braves are 11-20. They're 3-9 in the Missouri Valley Conference. Iowa's now 25-10 following their loss last night. Still 4-6 in the Big Ten. The final midweek game before heading into the big home series with Nebraska coming up this weekend. It's Bradley and Iowa. The Braves and the Hawkeyes live from Duane Banks with first pitch coming in a bit here this afternoon. We'll welcome in color analyst John Evans to segment one of our broadcasts today. Usually we play some highlights right here, but there were no highlights last night. Got to get over that loss before today's game.
Anytime the highlight of the broadcast is you and I talking, that can't be good. So usually we've got a couple of filler segments, and today it's going to turn into maybe a little bit of a talk show for us. and that's okay. There's, it's just, I don't know how you so whatever you do, whatever your analogy is, and I think you even mentioned it last night, it's probably not as much of flushing this, but it's as much of wearing it. You gotta accept that. Been two midweek games that maybe you haven't come out and played the way you wanted to, and obviously last night was maybe even a little worse than that. So how do you get past, kind of look back at what you did, how you prepared, from coaches to players to us to everybody, to kind of say, hey, look, what do we need to do to break that pattern, because that's it's not a good way to go.
You've had a few hours now to kind of let it sink in. Did anything new come to mind from last night's loss? Anything that maybe we were a little bit too harsh or too critical on, that we thought maybe we should have taken a little bit easier on them?
Well, no, I don't think there was anything that you could have been too harsh about last night. I mean, I think that was, again, whatever happened, the team's got to wear that, because that's just not an acceptable way for them to go. But I think more importantly, again, as you kind of look back on it, is, and I think maybe we heard it last night, or maybe I heard it this morning, but the number of teams that lost midweek games last night, the number of highly ranked teams that lost midweek games last night. So the loss last night isn't season ending. It's not devastating. But it's how you respond and what you do next, and that's the important part. That's the takeaway from me. And unfortunately, we've had to say that now a couple times, fairly close together. But it's how you respond.
Tennessee lost last night in a midweek. LSU lost last night. Vanderbilt lost last night. I know those are all SEC schools, but Vanderbilt lost to Indiana State. Tennessee lost to Tennessee Tech, I believe.
Louisiana beat LSU.
Right.
I think.
So I guess those are all relatively surprising outcomes, no matter how you slice it. And Iowa was in one of those as well last night against the UIC Flames. So we'll take on Bradley today. Our pregame coverage will continue right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
No way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Duane Banks Field ahead of our game with Bradley today. First pitch coming just after 6 o'clock. One thing, when you look at the schedule, the Hawkeyes are 25-10, and especially early on when the Hawkeyes did lose, they'd bounce back and take care of business the next day. That first loss of the season to Sam Houston, okay, Iowa loses 6-0. The very next morning, beat number 1 LSU 12-4. So the response was great for the Hawkeyes in that one. You go down to that series with Texas Tech, and first time in a hostile environment, drop 2 of 3, but you salvage the one on Sunday and win that, and then you rip off a number of wins in a row, right? You start up a win streak after losing 2 of 3 to Texas Tech. Drop the midweek game to Illinois State towards the end of March, 5-3, and that was a game that Iowa almost had in the bag, and then Illinois State scored 3 runs in the 8th, and we were just out of time and just kind of lost that game. Illinois State just beat you that day. You kind of tip your cap in that regard. The following series was against Maryland. They come in here. Maryland's got a great team. They win the first 2 games of the series, but Iowa doesn't back down, regroup, and beat the Terps on that Sunday game. So the response was good there. And I think when you look back at that Maryland series, Iowa could have won all 3 of those, right? You feel like they could have. You only won 1, but the response was there. The same thing to be said, in my opinion, for maybe the Indiana games, where both the losses, even though they were on the backside, very competitive. Very competitive. That Saturday game, the 2-0 win for Indiana, that was high-level baseball, I thought, played by both teams.
Might have been the best game we've seen all year.
Right, and we just didn't come out on top in it. The next day you lose 4-2. Okay, then we respond with a drubbing of Milwaukee in the midweek. Now, you get to the last couple of losses, and they just haven't been as competitive. But the bounce back from the Minnesota series was all right. You just trounced the Gophers in the next 2 after that. So maybe there's a trend here, but the trend that's somewhat concerning is the last 2 losses haven't been overly competitive. The trend that's positive about it is that the bounce back has been pretty good.
Correct.
Long-winded little monologue there, John.
No, but you're exactly right. I mean, that's the, and I think I said it too. The hard part is you've had to talk about bouncing back, not just from a loss, but from a subpar performance and maybe even a little bit of an effort level there. And so, kind of figuring out what the missing piece is there. But again, you look at the Big Ten standings, and Iowa's 3 games in the loss column to Nebraska, but then 2 to everybody else. And so, the conference isn't out of whack yet, especially considering you play Nebraska this weekend. The thing about Nebraska is they do have they have by far the easiest schedule in the Big Ten. They play the 3 200 teams. They play Minnesota. They play Northwestern. They play Purdue. They play Penn State, who's 142. And then the funny thing is Nebraska is then the next worst RPI at 109. And so it's kind of recognized Nebraska might win the Big Ten Conference regular season and still end up with an RPI around 100, which is just mind-blowing to think about, and not make it because there's 7 other teams inside 100, including Iowa, who after yesterday's terrible, devastating, season-ending loss fell 2 spots in the RPI. Just two. And so, with 5 Big Ten series left, 5, you win 10 more games, you win all the series, win 10 more games. You're 32-10 by the RPI rankings because they throw out 3 of those wins, but 35 and it should be 35 and 15. RPI is probably inside of 50, and then you maybe win a game in the Big Ten tournament or 2 or 3. You're in.
Right.
And so, for all of the hand-wringing and angst, it's fine. Now, that being said, the performance level has to be different. It's got to be, you want to talk about these 2 losses and why they've been non-competitive. 11 walks. That it starts there, and then it starts with, then it adds on with wild pitches, the free bases there. And then, if you want to compound the problem last night, 5 hits from a team or against a team with an ERA of almost 8. So, you got, there was the Friday game in Indiana that might have been the best all 3 phases of the game. Last night might have been the worst all 3 phases of the game.
Yeah. I think I'd agree with you on that. And so the simple fact is just can't let that snowball, right?
Correct. If that doesn't linger, every goal that the team has is still available and accessible to go get.
Yeah. When we look at the conference standings, Indiana's in first with a 9-3 conference record. Nebraska there in second at 7-2. Michigan State out of nowhere. They're 6-3 in the conference. They're 23-10. Where do the Spartans come from? They're on a 6-game win streak.
6-game winning streak. They're 55 in the RPI. Basically, Iowa was there last night before the game. Was at 55. So a legitimately decent team, right? Not like, and I don't want to say anything, no disrespect to Nebraska, but they've got a really good record, but their RPI is poor. Michigan State's got a really good record and also a decent RPI. Good record. They've played some good teams and won. That becomes the important part. You got to win some of those games. They had a rough stretch there, kind of in the middle of the season, dumped some games, but then have really played well and don't really have anybody that they've played that's just terrible. And they took only ended up with a 2-game series against Indiana State, but won both of those. Got 2 or 3 from Purdue. Actually, probably the more eye-opening thing was when they took 2 or 3 from Rutgers.
Big time.
And then got 2 or 3 from Ohio State. So won all 3 series so far, and off to a good start that way. Now they've got Michigan. They get Northwestern, who's obviously struggling. Illinois, Iowa, and Indiana. So that for them, those last 6 games will be kind of are we real or are we not?
Right. Maryland is at 6-3 in the conference. Michigan just below them, along with Purdue. They're 7-5 in conference play. Iowa tied with Rutgers and Minnesota right now for 7th. We have the series over Minnesota. That's in our back pocket. Northwestern's in 10th at 3-6. Illinois is 4-8 in the conference. Penn State and Ohio State, there are kind of our next 2 after the Nebraska series. They're at the bottom of the Big Ten. Penn State and Ohio State struggling a little bit in the conference. They've got decent overall rankings, I guess. Penn State's 20-13. That RPI is a little bit rough, though, isn't it?
Well, that's the funny thing about Ohio State is, their RPI is 93 because early in the year they had some really nice wins. They split a series with number 15 UConn, lost a couple to Grand Canyon, but they beat Mississippi State. They beat Oklahoma, swept Cal State Bakersfield, who's not a great team. A couple with Dayton. But then once they've gotten to the Big Ten, they've struggled. They got swept by Indiana, lost the series to Minnesota, lost the series to Michigan State, lost the series to Maryland. And so they get a little easier with Penn State and Illinois, and then finish with Iowa and Michigan. So they're And you never know. I haven't followed closely enough to know if they're battling any injuries or anything like that. But just kind of plugging their way through right now. But their RPI is still sub 100, which when Iowa plays them will be beneficial. It'll still be good and in a good spot to help the Hawks if they can win the series and post some good wins there.
All right, we're inching closer to first pitch between Bradley and Iowa tonight. Hawks feel like they could have a really nice bounce-back game. We've mentioned that word a couple of times already tonight, a get-right type of game, and build some momentum as we get towards the back half of the schedule. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today, the Wednesday midweek with the Bradley Braves here at Duane Banks. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a bumpy road last night.
Oh, man, John, was it? It was, it was probably as disappointing a game as we played this year. And, we came out, scored a run. Unfortunately, had someone miss a sign that maybe cost us a couple more runs, but you felt like, all right, Keaton steps up and gets a big hit, and offensively we looked like we were ready to go, and then we go right back out in the bottom and give a two-spot up on 2 walks, and that's just how the game went the rest of the day. We fought back in the third, scored a couple runs, and then boom, we give them 2 more, and no one pitched particularly well at all. Tons of free bases on the mound. Couple position errors, a pitcher error, wild pitches. It was about as poor as we had played, so super disappointing. And I just, as we talked in the pregame after the last 2 games of the Minnesota series, I really felt good going over there, and the challenge was kind of accepted by the team that we were going to have to tough out a couple midweek games and really get after it this week. And but if you pitch that poorly, that you really have no shot and no chance, and it was just disappointing.
And maybe you noticed how that trickles over to the offensive side of things too. Just one hit the last 4 innings, but if you keep the game close in the middle, and then it's
it was one of those games where you just felt like, as the coach, you're like, just come on, keep going. We can score as many runs as they can, and tried to use the example of their Northwestern game last week, where they had Northwestern down 20-5 or something, and they end up only winning 24-20, and we're just like keep plugging, and I think the pitching situation and the free bases and the long innings, I just think it was one of those slap in the face that you're just not going to win tonight, and unfortunately that's how the offense approached it after we got down.
What's your coaching style like when you have to deliver a message to the team afterwards?
Well, I mean, 9 times out of 10, it's just factual. Go through things, talk about what we need to do, try to stay positive. But last night it was a little different just because of what I feel like the level of unpreparedness that some guys had yesterday was unacceptable, and I just thought it was a disappointing and embarrassing loss.
The talent is there with this team. Who are you looking for to step up as we get ready for the midweek with Bradley?
Well, you need some guys to throw strikes and give yourself a chance. And Aaron Savory's going to start, and you're going to see Jared Simpson. You're going to see Chaz Wheatley, Jack Whitlock, hopefully Will Christopherson and Luke Llewellyn. So I feel good about everything today, guys. Guys bounced back, and we had a good BP and a good round of ground balls and work before everybody was getting their work in, and I have a feeling that it's going to be a better day today.
A lot of young guys on the pitching mound for you today. Then maybe they sense an opportunity within the team to make a push for the weekend time. Some of them already getting that time.
Yeah, for sure, and that's the thing today with Savory and Whitlock both throwing quite a bit this past weekend. You don't want to let them go too far today because you may need them on Friday night. That's where they've kind of bumped up to, and after the way some of the guys threw yesterday, makes you wonder, who to go to. So you just don't. I don't want to have Savory and Whitlock, Llewellyn, Christopherson. Those guys throw too many pitches today because we're going to need them on the board on Friday.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Dwayne Banks this afternoon. Coach, any updates on the injury front?
Well, Sam Peterson took batting practice today without a brace. I think there's a chance we may try to get him some at-bats tonight. He was just cleared today to be able to swing without any protection or minimal protection, and man, he looked great. I mean, he really did. I mean, he hasn't been in there for a while, and so who knows with the timing, but as far as far as swinging the bat and hitting it, I mean, he was crushing balls today and looked really good. And the throwing is still a little bit of an issue, but we may try to get Sam out there today.
Just really missing his bat in the lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And he was the guy that was hot really when he got hurt. We only had one guy hot, and it was him at the time it happened. And his on base was like 667 in conference play at that point, and plus he brings speed and pressure, and he can play the short game, and solid defensive outfielder. I mean, he's one of our best players, and I know all of us are really excited to get Sam back out there. And then the rest of the guys, I think Rader's getting better every day. He looked. I thought his swings yesterday in the UIC game were pretty good. He had a double off wall, just missed a home run by a few inches. And today's a warm day, a bit overcast, and we hopefully can beat the rain. But it is a warm day, and the wind's blowing out, so I'm hoping we hit some barrels tonight.
Just to go back to Rader for a second, you feel that he's maybe one of the most consistent players on your team when he's in there not dealing with that injury?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is one of our most consistent, and he gives you a great at-bat almost all the time. He wasn't getting rewarded, or he wasn't getting a lot of hits for about a 10-game period, and he's starting to come out of that a little bit, and we really need that to happen down the stretch here these last 19 games. I mean, he needs to be one of the major guys scoring runs.
Are you pleased with the play of your middle infield, Michael Seegers, Sam Honar?
Yeah, for sure. Michael plays shortstop at an elite level, and made a play last night up the middle. That was a big league play. Unfortunately, he had one of his few errors yesterday as well, and short hop that didn't get picked by the first baseman. But Michael brings solid defense every day. Sam does a solid job at second base. His range is limited to a degree, but he's been doing a solid job of getting to the balls he can and making plays when he can.
How do you see a guy like Gable Mitchell progressing throughout the season? Haven't talked much about him lately.
Just got to keep working on his bat, and swings in a way better place than it was at the beginning of the year, and really feel that he's always in a good place with his defense and can play really good defense at any position, but got to get the bat going to a point if he's going to be in the lineup every day. And right now, with Honar and the guys he's competing with, they're some of our top run producers.
Let's flip our attention over to Bradley. Already played them. We beat them. It was a somewhat close game. It felt like we were in control for most of the time. What do you see from the Braves this time around? Yeah, they're in a
little bit of a funk with their pitching. At least on the weekends, they've been walking some guys and giving up some leads, but they have a strong offensive team. They play good defense, and you catch them on the wrong night, and they can really make you pay if you're giving free bases and leaving balls over the plate when you get behind in the count. And that's a recipe to lose to anybody, as you saw last night. UIC has a very good team, scrappy, well coached. Very good defense, but offensively, you look at the numbers, you're like, okay, but you see what can happen when you give the free bases and then fall behind in the count. I mean, you turn 220 hitters or 230, 40 hitters into 350, 400 hitters, and that's what we did last night.
Any changes to the lineup today, the batting order, or keep things pretty similar?
The only major change today is that Ben Tallman's going to catch and give Ben a shot to swing the bat a little bit and see where he's at, and then we'll adjust from there. And hopefully it's one of those games where we can split and get a bunch of guys in the game. I really want to get Blake Guerin some at-bats, and I'd really like I said, to get Peterson in there, and we probably will try to do that for sure. And then Coy Sarsfield and Gary Christensen actually has been getting on base at a high level when he's in there, so we'll see.
Before we get to the keys, Coach, is there something in your mind that you'd like to see your team accomplish tonight? Maybe something extraordinary, special?
I would love to see us. I would love to see us walk out of here tonight, no matter what whoever wins the game. But I'd love to see us with like 5 or under free bases. That would be perfect to me. Yeah. Because if you do that, you give yourself a chance to win every night, and you can handle. I can handle. The losses if we play good baseball and they end up getting a hit or they make the game-saving play or whatever it is, but you're right there and you got a shot. It's just the freebies and the gimmies and handing it over and excuse me, the losses that we've had, the majority of the 10 losses that we've had have all been have all been in that category.
All right, Coach, before we let you go tonight, some keys to victory to take down Bradley.
I think we hit on all of them. It's limit free bases, work ahead in the count, so that Bradley's good hitters are hitting from behind in the count, and we got to play good defense. And today's one of those days that you'd like to see 3 or 4 guys that are kind of slumping right now break out before the weekend.
All right, Coach, let's jump on them early. Let's win the day, take down the Braves.
All right, thanks a lot, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Duane Banks. We've got first pitch coming up. It's Iowa and Bradley. Coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Starting lineups have been announced on the field. We'll give them to you in just a moment, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. It's time for today's national anthem, so we'll step aside with our final break of pregame. When we come back, we'll get you starting lineups, batting order, and first pitch between Bradley and Iowa. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, national anthem is complete at Duane Banks this afternoon. We're getting ready for first pitch between Bradley and Iowa. Give you today's starting lineups in just a moment. Really excited about this game, an opportunity for Iowa to get on the right side of the win-loss today, huh, John?
Well, the beauty of baseball is how quickly the games bounce back. You know, you get another opportunity usually pretty shortly, and short turnaround from last night. You know, we rolled back into Iowa City at about 12:15. Team was probably an hour behind us, and so quick time right back to the ballpark and a chance to get moving on the next win streak.
All right, let's go with the starting lineup. The batting order for the visiting Bradley Braves. They're 11-20 overall. They are 8-14 away from home. They'll be led off by Ryan Vogel, their center fielder. Remember him from the first time we played him. He was really good for the Braves. Ryan Vogel will be followed by Jackson Chatterton in the 2 spot. Logan Delgado batting third. He's their DH tonight. Peter Hansen is at first base batting fourth. Batting fifth is Carson Huseman out in right field. Easton Harris, the starting shortstop, he'll bat sixth. 7, 8, 9, Connor Manthe, Adam Bryan, and Cal McGinnis. Defensively for the Hawkeyes, who have now taken the field, at first is Brennan Durigge, at second is Sam Honar. Michael Seegers is at short, Raider Tello at third. In the outfield left to right, Ben Wilmus, Kyle Huckstorf, Braden Frazier. Doing the catching behind the plate today is Ben Tallman, and getting a start on the mound is the freshman from Dubuque, Aaron Savory.
Second start for Sav, his sixth appearance on the season, a 1.08 ERA, 8 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 1 run. It was earned, 3 walks, 10 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 200 against him. Sav did a great job coming into the game over the weekend against Minnesota. Really kind of opened some eyes, quality performance, and his first extended appearance. So, you know, with the bullpen yesterday getting used a little bit, you know, it'd be nice to see a couple good innings out of Sav here to kick this one off.
Today's game will be played under the 7-inning, 10-run rule like we had yesterday. Hopefully not the same outcome as yesterday, but Going to go with the same approach this time around, just with a couple of midweeks before a big-time conference series. Feels like the right thing to do.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, that was the idea, was that, 14 innings in the week is still plenty. And so, and if you go 16, fine. But if you can shorten it up and save a little wear and tear, it's probably a good thing.
Burned through a lot of arms yesterday. Can't really afford to do that today, but Savary will get the start. He's ready for the first pitch to Ryan Vogel. It's on the way home, and it is popped up straight back. Tallman's going to give chase. We'll see if he has a play on it. Heads up right below us. It's a foul ball.
Sav did throw 2 innings against Bradley the first time, gave up a hit, couple walks, 3 strikeouts. So Coach Hellard kind of talked about maybe trying to keep some guys that hadn't seen them before, but in this case, Sav comes right back out to get a chance at it.
Vogel bat from the right side, swings through a fastball from Savary. Good start for Aaron. 0-2. This is a little bit of the theme yesterday was Iowa got the first pitch strike, got to 0-2, 1-2 counts, but couldn't quite close the deal. Here comes the 0-2 from Savary. Lined foul over to the right side. Stays 0-2.
And Sav did a good job of that in Minneapolis, too, of throwing strikes, making the team put it in play and beat him that way. And Vogel's obviously a great hitter. You're hitting .398 on the season.
Here's one right back to Savary. Aaron will pick it up, toss it over to DeRiggi at first. 1 out. Good start for Savary.
I believe that marks the first time that Iowa's gotten him out this year.
Yes, I remember him from the first game a couple of weeks ago. He was an absolute menace.
Couple walks, 3 hits, scored 4 runs. So, yeah, he was four of the 5 runs that Bradley scored, he was responsible for.
Good to keep him off base in the early going. Here's Jackson Chatterton, left-handed hitter, doesn't wear any batting gloves. He's swinging at the first pitch, and he fouled it back.
He and Ben Wilmus have a memo together of no batting gloves.
Yeah. Tonight it won't bother people too much, right? Because it's a warm day in Iowa City, overcast skies, low 70s. 0-1 pitch from Savary. That's just off the plate outside 1-1. Maybe the nicest day of the year. I'm trying to think of I guess the game against Milwaukee this week was pretty nice too.
Yeah, this is pretty good though. A lot less breeze here today. Just a really good night for baseball.
Bit of a later start than the typical midweek. The 1-1 is inside. Gets to the backstop. 2-1. Absolutely no wind tonight. You could not read the names of the schools on the flags out there in the outfield.
No, that's we have not had very many days like that. Whether we've had temperature or not, we haven't had many days where the wind hasn't blown this year.
2 balls and a strike. Pitch from Savary. That's low and out, ball 3. I think Savary probably in line to go, what do you think, 3 or 4 on a good outing out of him, maybe even 5 today? I think 5's quite a bit, don't you?
5's quite a bit. I'd say 3 or 4 would kind of max him out.
3-1, check swing. He went around. Not sure if that would have been called a strike, but we'll take it as he goes around. The count is full.
I think it was just a touch outside, but got the swing and the strike. Now he's got a chance to battle back and finish it off here.
Full count pitch from Savary on its way home. Popped up, left side, over towards foul territory. Tello's giving chase. Does he have room? He reaches the wall, and he reaches over and makes the catch. Tello brought it back in foul territory, 2 down.
What a play there. When that ball went up, I thought it was easily going to be out of play, but you could see Tello tracking it. The Iowa foul territory has a little triangle point there that just gets the farthest away from home plate, and he was able to use every inch of that to go over, lean over the wall, and bring it back in for the out.
Stellar battle there from Savary to get back into that at bat too. We'll see Logan Delgado, their designated hitter. He stands in from the left side. First pitch from Sav is low and in. 2 outs in the top of the first. Hawkeyes and Braves just underway from Iowa City.
Another tough out here. .474 on base percentage.
You could tell that I was trying to get a couple of cheap strikes early on him because throwing the breaking ball low and in. Be 2 balls, no strikes. Delgado was their catcher, I believe, in the first meeting. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch from Savary. That's a called strike, low and in. 2-1.
Right on the right on the knees there. Good pitch. Good way to not give in on the 2-0 pitch, but through a competitive one. Let's see if he can keep the battle back going.
Savary looks in for the sign. He's got it. Here's a line drive hit into left. That is a base hit for the Bradley Braves. Delgado keeps the first inning going with a 2-out single. And you heard quite a large round of applause there from the left side of the stands. Good group of the Bradley Braves fans in attendance tonight.
Yeah, not too long of a drive, relatively easy to do.
Yeah, just a couple hours over there in Peoria. Here's Peter Hansen, the first baseman. First pitch from Savary. Nice breaking ball, but it's inside, ball one.
Limited at-bats for Hansen this year. Still hitting .250.
Stands in from the right side. Here's their starting first baseman today. He was the DH in the game that these two teams played a couple of weeks ago.
Delgado not really a stolen base threat there, so it's, well, we said that last night. They sent the guy and turned out really well for him as he got moving around. So
Savary's keeping his focus on the batter at the plate. Here's the 1-0. That's a nice one right at the knees. 1-1. Good snap there by Tallman to keep it right there at the knees, not let it bring his mitt down at all.
Yeah, didn't drag it down in the zone, was able to kind of catch it and just pop it right up, so that gave the umpire a good look at it right at knee height.
Runner at first with a short lead. 1-1 pitch from Savary. Swing and a miss. It got away from Tallman, though, and Delgado will sprint over to second now. That was a nasty pitch from Savary, so gross that it got by Tallman.
A tough break there. Really good pitch. Just a breaking ball away, and Tallman just didn't quite stick all the way with it. I guess that probably ends up being a pass ball, but we'll have to see. Doesn't really matter. Runner got down to second base.
In scoring position now with 2 outs in the top of the first. The 1-2 from Savary. Swing and a miss. Got him on a beautiful slider that ended up outside of the zone, outside away from Hansen, but he could not resist. Looked too good. He swings and misses, and that'll do it for the top of the first. Bradley leaves one at second. We're back for the bottom half. We'll see the Hawkeyes into the box for the first time tonight right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
A good start from the Hawkeye pitching staff as Aaron Savary holds Bradley scoreless in the top of the first. Iowa trying to get on the board in the bottom half of the inning now, led off by Ben Wilmus, followed by Keaton Anthony and Brennan DeRiggi. Raider Tello, he'll bat in the cleanup spot tonight, followed by Kyle Hucksdorf and Sam Honar. 7-8-9, Michael Seegers, Braden Frazier, and Ben Tallman. They'll face off against the pitcher from Bradley. And the Bradley Braves are throwing a freshman right-hander, Theo Ziedler. We saw him in the midweek a couple weeks ago.
This will be Ziedler's fourth appearance, his second start. His first was against Iowa. 8.10 ERA, 3 in the third inning, 6 hits, 3 runs. They've all been earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .375 against him. Against Iowa, he lasted an inning, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. They were both earned. Walked a couple guys and struck out 1. So see if Hawkeyes can kind of get the party started here and get on the board early and kind of wash. Pitching staff did a good job there. Sav did a good job of washing the the pitching performance from last night, see if Wilmus can get something going for the bats.
Ziedler pitches only out of the stretch. First pitch to Wilmus, catches the outside corner for a strike. Umpires today, Scott Bain is behind the plate. Jeff Freeze down the line at first. Don Umland is at second. Christopher Silvestri down the line at third. No balls and a strike to Wilmus to lead off the bottom of the first. He'll take that up and in, ball one.
Ziedler's going to bring it in the upper 80s. Got a changeup that goes with it. Doesn't have a huge mix yet to his pitches, so just kind of be that discipline, see the ball, kind of know what the action's going to look like, and try to drive one somewhere.
1-1 catches the outside corner. Wilmus down in the count 1-2. Pretty good crowd on hand tonight at Duane Banks. First pitch being at 6:05.
6:05 on a nice night. This is kind of fun for a change.
Right. The ball and 2 strikes to Wilmus. The pitch up and in, almost hit him. 2-2. We've got the 3-game series with the Cornhuskers this weekend. Wish the weather was a little bit better. It's going to be chilly. I think dry, but mid-40s to mid-50s.
Yeah, we might want to savor this one because I'm not sure we're going to get that this weekend.
Here comes the 2-2 to Wilmus. That's too far outside. Ben hasn't swung the bat yet. He hasn't had to on 3 of the pitches. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Wilmus has really embraced his role now in the leadoff spot. See if he can do what he does best and get on base. Here comes the 3-2. Inside, but called a strike. Called third strike. Wilmus is down, out number 1.
Yeah, right on the inside corner. Ben tried to sell it, but no such luck.
Bradley wearing gray uniforms with Bradley spelled out in red across the chest, gray baseball pants. They've got red caps in the field with their Bradley B Shield logo on the front panel. Hawkeyes in white uniforms today. Script Iowa spelled out in black across the chest with black numbers, white pants for the Hawkeyes today. Iowa wearing their gold caps when they're in the field. Bradley looks a little bit like, what do you think, the Cincinnati Reds tonight?
Ooh.
Based on their uniforms?
Reds, maybe Phillies, yeah.
One of those teams.
I'd buy either one of those.
A ball and no strikes to Anthony. This one is too far inside. On the belt, 2-0 now.
Problem is, if you call them the Reds, I'm going to have to root for the Reds. So,
you're a Reds fan, huh?
Let's go with the Phillies.
I don't like either team. I'm a Pirates fan. 2-0 pitch from Anthony. Shoots this into right. It's carrying well back towards the wall, but it's caught on the run by Huseman out there, 2 down. Keaton gave it a ride, but opposite field. Maybe if it's one of those days that it's windy here at Duane Banks, it has a little bit more distance, but no wind today to speak of. 2 outs in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more lift. Had good exit velo, just didn't have enough lift to get it over the right fielder's head.
2 up, 2 down for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the first. Here's Brennan DeRiggi. First pitch strike on the outside corner for the Hawkeye first baseman.
I was kind of joking with Brennan last night. He tried to lay down a bunt when the shift was on, and didn't work out for him. But baseball-wise,
sends this foul hard to the left side. Shot that off the bat.
Baseball-wise, it was a great play to try to get the inning started. And then, you never know what type of dividends that'll pay down the road. That a team might be less willing to shift on him if he shows a willingness to take what they're giving him.
I did not mind the idea yesterday. Nobody over there at third. 0-2 to Brennan's too far outside. Ziedler tried to get him to chase. He did not. It was just a matter of execution, which, how often does DeRiggi practice bunts?
He said that, well, they do practice. Everybody goes through it, but he did say that was the first time in a game in his 5 years that he tried to put one down. So, new concept.
Yeah. A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to DeRiggi. Bloops this down the line and left. This will get into foul territory and kick off the wall. DeRiggi with a .325 average, 5 home runs on the season, 32 runs batted in. That's near the top of the Hawkeye lineup.
Yeah, one of the top on-base percentage guys.
Pitch to Brennan's behind him. Did it hit him? No, he had to take a seat on the turf.
Yeah, that was actually exceptional ballet movement there to have that go behind and not take the free base there.
I don't know if I can give it a 10, John, but it was up there.
Hey, the fall wasn't graceful enough to get a 10, but otherwise.
Didn't quite stick the landing. Here comes the 2-2 to DeRiggi. High and out, ball 3. Raider Tello on deck. Bradley in the top of the first. Their first 2 hitters went down. They got a single from their 3-hitter. We'll see what DeRiggi can do and counter with for the black and gold. The pitch. Brennan drives this deep to right center. Carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Touch them all. Brennan DeRiggi. Boom.
That feels better than a single.
Absolutely crushed.
105 on the exit velo. 425 on the distance there to left or right center field, as he got all of it for home run number 6 on the season.
There's your best friend, TrackMan. You got it back.
I got TrackMan.
And we've got something good to share from it, too.
Exactly. I don't like the new setup, but I'll get over that. but at least I've got my data back.
Hawks lead at 1-0 in the first. That one was just to the right of the batter's eye in center. DeRiggi clubbed it. Here's Raider Tello. First pitch strike on the corner.
And that was, he was ahead 0-2. Kind of lost him all the way back to 3-2, and then tried to put a fastball in there, and DeRiggi just did not miss it.
No balls and a strike to Tello. This one's too far outside. Now I think you know why teams pitch outside to DeRiggi, huh? That one was on the inside portion. I think he got his hips turned, didn't he?
He's really got power, though, between 372 and 374 over there. Anything left center to right center, he's got good possibility to drive it.
1-1 to Tello. He drives this one. This is an absolute no-doubter from Raider Tello with the bat flip. Tello says, adios, pelota. 2-0. Ho-ho!
That was, there wasn't even really any thinking about that one as Tello turns on it. His 3rd home run of the season as he caught that 103 off the bat. He goes 422 to left center field.
DeRiggi had him by a couple of feet, huh?
Yep, so
bragging rights.
DeRiggi gets the win. It's 3 feet win on the solo shots in the first inning.
2-0. All this with 2 outs. A couple of solo home runs for the Hawkeyes. Here's Huckstorf. He was swinging for the fences to make it back to back to back, but he missed it. High heater.
Had the high fastball, and yeah, he absolutely tried to join the party.
Couple of outs in the inning. The 0-1 that drifts in for a strike. 0-2 for Huckstorf. See what Kyle can do with 2 strikes. Trying to break Huckstorf out of his mini slump right now. Here's the 0-2. That is just high and out, ball 1. Oh boy, the home plate umpire is not going to like that activity from the catcher. Saw the catcher, Adam Bryan, pop up out of his stance and lean towards first base. I think he did more than lean.
He did more than lean. You're being generous. He took 2 steps toward the dugout.
The 1-2. Kyle swings and misses. He goes down for the 3rd out of the inning. But a couple of home runs in the inning, back-to-back. DeRiggi and then Tello. He joins in on the fun. Hawks lead at 2-0 after 1 from Dwayne Banks. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Iowa 2-0 as we get to the top of the second. DeRiggi and Tello go back-to-back in the first, and so Savary can pitch with a lead now. He'll face 5, 6, 7, Huseman, Harris, and Manthe. DeRiggi goes to right center. Tello counters and goes left center. That street out there, watch out if you've been driving your car along the road between Dwayne Banks and Carver. Savary's worked a 1-1 count to Huseman, their right fielder. Aaron with 1 strikeout in the first inning.
Huseman, 211 average, 40 strikeouts and 109 at bats.
Here's one popped up shallow center. Seegers and Honar, they'll actually go back. Michael, the shortstop, the captain of the infield. He'll call everybody off and make the catch, 1 down.
Good job there. You can see Honar thought he had it too, but heard the voices, heard the calling, and backed off of it. Let Seegers make the grab.
Shortstop is up for the Braves now, Easton Harris. Right-handed hitter, first pitch from Savary. This is lined in the air. Down the line in right. Frazier's over towards the line. He's got it. A couple of quick outs for Savary in the second.
It might be the way to get Savary another inning or two. And
right.
That's the that's the beauty of being a strike thrower. You get hitters to start swinging a little bit more, and as long as you're missing barrels, then you're going to get a chance to get a little deeper, get some quick innings.
First pitch strike to Connor Manthe. He's their third base when you look at the pitch count. Savary got to probably, I'm a little bit behind now, but maybe 17 or 18 in that first inning. He's only thrown a few here in the second. 0-1 pitch hit on the ground to short. Seegers is there for it. He'll throw it across accurately to DeRiggi. There's a clean inning. Aaron Savary and the Hawkeye defense.
Really smooth, really easy. That's just what you want to see.
Iowa's been a totally different team at home, haven't they? This feels very different than last night, and in a good way. Hawks lead at 2-0. Bottom of the second coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
New pitcher into the game for Bradley as we get to the bottom of the second. Iowa leading the Braves 2-0. Bradley goes with Anthony Potoff. He's a right-handed pitcher from Van Meter, Iowa, just down the road.
Nice, Bob Feller. 2-1 on the season, 13th appearance. Second, he has 2 starts, 7.15 ERA, 22 2/3. 29 hits, 21 runs, 18 of those were earned. Only walked 19 guys, so good control, 23 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .305 against him. You'll see kind of a 2-pitch mix. Fastball will be right around 90, and then he'll have a slider he'll work off that, but really kind of tries to drive the fastball in there and get people to work on that. Honar coming up might see a little bit more spin to start with, just because he'll try to break it in on Sam a little bit. But
did not see this Bradley pitcher in the previous meeting. I don't recognize the name, so I don't believe that he got into the game.
I can confirm that.
Yes, all right. Honar will lead things off for the Hawkeyes. He's batting in the 6th spot tonight. He's kind of found his home down there, right there, like the 5 or 6. I was kind of toggled back and forth with him in the order in that spot.
We were talking on the field pregame. the feeling is this could be Sam's night. So just throwing it out there.
You're almost, that was kind of like half calling your shot. It could be.
Half calling the shot. It could be, it might be. And hopefully then you go, it is.
It is. 1-0 pitch to Honar. That's at the knees. I don't anticipate the zone going any lower than that. Do you, John?
No, that was kind of two spots, or two pitches almost right on the same spot. That one was slightly higher. Got the call there.
Right fielder playing deep. Know that Honar can pull it. He pushes that one, though, to the left side. Fouling out of play towards the football facility. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Sam.
Hodge was a little bitter. Thought he had a hit last night. Looked up and realized they'd played the shift on him, and he hit it right into the shift.
Potoff is ready. Here comes the 1-2. Sam drives it down the line and right. It's hooking. It is foul.
Jared Simpson down in the bullpen there. Now that we get a look tracking that ball down there, I think we'll see Sav one more inning.
Yeah, I think he's earned it. 1-2, Honar swings and misses. Good hard fastball from Potoff, and Honar goes down for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that one was up to 92. Good movement as well. So
Iowa with 3 strikeouts as we're getting to the second inning, but I don't think they've been bad strikeouts, bad at-bats. They've been aggressive swings, just haven't quite hit a couple of them.
Well, and Ben got punched out on the 3-2 pitch that he thought was a little inside, and Huckstorf went down battling too. So kind of live with the aggressiveness of it.
First pitch to Michael Seegers outside, ball 1. I think a lot of people get caught up if they catch the stats of the game where you think, wow, they struck out 8 times. They struck out 11 times, and you think, well, it must have been a bad day. It's not always the case. 1-0 to Seegers in there at the knees, 1-1.
That pitch in there below the knees, 1-1. This catcher Brian has an aggressive frame job, though. It's pretty good. He's able to
a snap and hold, doesn't it?
Snap and hold, and he is full selling it.
1-1. Seegers sends towards the indoor track over our heads and to the right. 1-2.
He has a career when baseball's over. I guarantee it. There's a sell job for him somewhere.
Yeah.
He's aggressive.
We got to check his bio. Adam Bryan, their catcher today. He's a senior, so he's probably going to have that figured out pretty quickly.
There we go.
Here comes the 1-2. Michael lines it to right, base hit. That'll one hop to the right fielder. Seegers is on with a single.
Nice job there. It's good to see Michael start to, he had some hard luck there and starting to come around a little bit. Got the average back up to 271. That hit will help it a little bit more.
Third hit of the game for the Hawkeyes. Iowa 2-0. We'll see Braden Frazier stand in. I was informed about Michael Seegers that he changed his walk-up song last week. I must have missed that.
Trying to shake it up. I like it.
Since then, I guess Seegers has been doing pretty good. First pitch to Frazier is a called strike outside corner.
Seegers 9 stolen bases, so a threat over there. Frazier handles the bat reasonably well also.
Right fielder Huseman, he's playing deep again in right, so they must scout our hitters. I guess to be fair, the left fielder Chatterton, he's pretty deep too.
Really, the center fielder is the shallow one of the bunch. The corner outfielders are both out there pretty good, and the center field's going to have a lot of track to cover there.
No wind to speak of tonight in Iowa City. So the home runs hit by DeRiggi and Tello were not wind aided.
Fully earned, earned. Potoff is a little slow to the plate, so probably why he's trying to make sure he keeps Seegers over there so that can't get too good of a jump on him.
Michael's got a lead that splits the cut of the grass. 0-1 pitch to Frazier. It's breaking ball high, 1-1.
Good take there. And again, this is a count then that the Hawks like to do some things on. So you might see the hit and run action, or with Seegers, you could just see enough speed to just do the straight steal. My guess is you're going to see at least one throw to first.
Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss from Frazier. May have chased that one on the outside corner a bit, 1-2.
I got nothing. I got no throw to first, and I didn't get any steal.
Yeah, well, look at Potoff's move. I mean, or his check, I guess, his visual check. He looks over he's a right-handed pitcher, but he looks over his right shoulder.
Goes over the back shoulder.
Yeah, the back shoulder to keep an eye on Michael. Maybe that's because Michael has such a good lead.
Yeah, if you can see him coming that way, he's got a big lead.
Time is called. A time violation on the pitcher. He took too long, and that'll be a ball, so it's 2-2.
Such a difficult thing without a clock to see it. That's a difficult call.
Really is. Should have thought of maybe a better way. The 2-2 is on the corner, and a called third strike. Frazier's out number 2.
I do think somewhere in there they give him there's a warning. There's some audible verbal warning that tells
5?
Them. Yeah, exactly. Whether it's 15 or 5 or whatever the warning number is, but something that tells them, hey, better get it going.
Just felt like something that was rushed without the resources.
Well, I don't think I noticed that one being particularly long, but
me neither. That was something I was going to get to as well. Here's Ben Tallman, first pitch. Strike to him with a runner at first and 2 outs. Iowa leading 2-0 in the second. That time violation didn't stand out to me. Like, it never came across my mind that, man, he's taken a while.
Exactly. Potoff's did a really good job pounding the zone here, so see if he can finish it off or if Tallman can break the rhythm.
This one is inside. A long hold by the catcher behind the plate.
Well, I stand by my future career aspirations for him.
He's going to have a career in that field, don't you think?
Just because the umpire doesn't always buy it doesn't mean it's not a good sell job.
Sales, and if you're in sales, you got to be somewhat relentless, right?
You keep making him say no 3 times or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know if that was the job for me. I never really pursued that.
Oh, 100% agree.
I get told no, and that's all right. Here's the 1-1 pitch that's low and out, and it gets to the backstop. Seegers gets to second base, so now the Hawkeyes have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. How about a clutch hit for Benny Tallman here to extend the lead?
Be good to see Ben. We saw him, was it last week in the midweek, where he demolished the ball out to left field?
Yeah, he hit the longest home run for the Hawkeyes here at Dwayne Banks this season.
Wouldn't throw that back if he wanted to knock one out into traffic.
Set a new record. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Potoff sent it on the outside corner. Tallman, good cut, but I think he swung over the top of it.
Good,
hit a little dip.
Good fastball. Potoff's really had some speed as he's gotten up, low 90s. He's been 91, 92, 93.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. This one's in the dirt. Nice backhanded play by Bryan behind the plate. Count will be full for the Hawkeye catcher. Wilmus is on deck. Turn things over to the top if Tallman can find a way on.
There's a couple good ones. Then he spikes one outside. So he just kind of release point gets a little wacky and sends it wide.
The pause and the pitch. Tallman pops this up to center. It's actually carrying well, but the center fielder Vogel is there, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. We've played 2 at Dwayne Banks, Iowa 2, Bradley nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the third inning, Iowa leading Bradley 2-0. The Braves are coming to the box. They'll face off against a new Hawkeye pitcher. Iowa turning to redshirt senior, a left-hander from Clinton, Jared Simpson.
3-1 on the season. 12th appearance. Does have one start. 6.26 ERA, 27 1/3 innings, 23 hits, 19 runs, all earned. 16 walks, 43 strikeouts. Has hit 9 guys. But, had good start, kind of a rough middle, and he's been kind of trending back in the right direction here. So keep the action going that Sav started with good strike throwers and work off of that.
Yesterday, Keaton Anthony got the start. He only pitched one inning, gave up a couple of runs, and maybe didn't have the positive momentum that the Hawkeyes were hoping for as he got going, and then that carried over to the next pitcher and the next pitcher and the next pitcher. We'll see the flip of that today, hopefully, with Savary going 2 innings, giving up 1 hit. He struck out 1. Aaron was sharp again for about the 3rd or 4th consecutive time now, and hopefully that momentum carries over to Simpson.
And no question why Sav's earned a spot, or at least earned consideration for getting some high leverage, high pressure innings on the weekend. And like I said, Jared came into the Minnesota game and into the Minnesota Saturday game. Had struggled a little bit throwing strikes, but again, kind of found a good rhythm there and got it done. In that game was much cleaner and did throw against Bradley. Did throw against Bradley last time. Only made it 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit and a run. He had a walk and a couple wild pitches, so had some control problems there, but see if he can get zoomed back in here.
He could use a strong outing right now. Going to need him down the home stretch of the schedule. 8-9-1 for the Braves. And the first pitch is in there for a strike to Adam Bryan. He's their catcher. We've talked about him a couple of times tonight. He bats from the right side. Simpson's got the sign from Tallman. He's ready for the 0-1 delivery. It's on the way home. Ground ball fair into the right field corner. Frazier hustling over to cut it off. He's got it. He'll come up firing, and a great play by Frazier to keep that to a single.
That is really well done by Frazier, as that ball was between DeRiggi and the right field line, so you kind of figure anything down that line's a double. But Frazier hustles over there, cuts it off before it gets to the wall, and then has a really good arm and holds the catcher just to a long single.
Bryan made pretty good contact on that, didn't he?
Good contact, good exit velo. Again, the problem was you just missed center, and good pitch. Just
they were swinging at it
and couldn't quite sneak it past him. So you're looking for it, but not going to have a ton of arguments. Sometimes a ground ball is going to find a hole. That's kind of the way it works.
Yeah, we're in the top of the third. Iowa 2, Bradley 0. Cal McGinnis is the batter. He's their 9-hitter. He stands in from the left side. McGinnis is a sophomore.
238 hitter.
Nice pitch from Simpson. Floats in, catches the outside corner, 0-2.
You want to make sure you do a good job here, because obviously we've talked about Vogel, so just limiting the number of guys that he's got in front of him would be good.
Yeah, and Vogel's in the on-deck circle. No balls, 2 strikes. Simpson with a long pause. Here's the delivery. That's high, ball 1.
Yeah, you'd like that show fastball to be more eye high, shoulder high, get raising the eye level, but that one might have raised it a little too much.
And Tallman had to come fully out of his stance to grab that. So bring it down a little bit, Jared. The 1-2. That one was a little bit lower, still pretty high, but McGinnis went after it.
Well, and that's the idea. You can get a guy to maybe swing a little bit if you throw a somewhat competitive pitch. I'm still not sure for most guys that was a somewhat competitive pitch, but it was enough to get the swing and miss, so strike 3.
McGinnis went after it and missed it. So a strikeout for Simpson. Now there's 1 out. Runner at first. Back to the top of the order for Vogel. Simpson's Delivery, check swing. That's low and in, ball one. Infield for the Hawkeyes shifted over to the left side. Honar is playing behind the bag at second. Seegers at short, maybe a little bit to his right towards the line at third. Then Rader at third base is in his traditional spot. But really not anticipating Vogel to go to the right side on the ground at all.
Yeah, they'll work him in and try to keep it there.
This one's hit on a line to the right side, fouling out of play. Over the batting cages, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Vogel's at the top of their team when it comes to batting average, just under 400 coming into the game today. Got 10 doubles, which is tied for the team lead, 4 home runs. 1-1 pitch from Simpson, too far outside, ball 2.
Good pitch there. Just again, Vogel's got really good plate discipline, so unlike your last hitter that maybe you got to chase a little bit, you're probably not going to get that same generosity from Vogel.
Short lead at first. Don't believe that runner's going anywhere. Vogel pops it up right side, foul territory. Frazier moving over towards the line. He's right on the line. He's got it for the second out of the inning. Vogel hasn't hurt us too much today.
Well, and again, that's the got him out twice, which wasn't a number that carried through last time. So good progress.
Chatterton is the batter now. He's a switch hitter, so he'll go from the right side against the lefty Simpson. Bradley's reeling a bit. They've lost 6 of their last 7. 7 of the last 8 if you extend it all the way back to the game with Iowa. And to be fair to Bradley, probably won't extend those goalposts any further because I believe they got swept by Missouri State right before we played them a couple of weeks ago. They got swept by Missouri State this past weekend. First pitch, strike to Chatterton. 2 outs in the inning. Runner at first is Bryan.
You'll see a lot of breaking stuff on this at bat.
Get those sliders that dive bomb, right? 0-1 is a called strike outside corner, 0-2 now.
Might have been a friendly strike zone there.
Yeah. To right-handed hitters, I just have the feel that maybe the outside corner is a little bit more open than the inside portion, just based on my observations so far. No balls, 2 strikes. Simpson's got the sign from Tallman. It's on its way home. That's low and in. Blocked nicely by Ben. Gets away from him briefly, but Bryan's not heading anywhere. He stays at first base.
Very nicely done by Tallman, putting it out in front of him so that he had a chance to go get it. Shortened the throw if Bryan would have gone anywhere.
Again, the chase pitches have been 1 high, 1 low. To bring it in for a strikeout here, Simpson. Here comes the 1-2. On the ground to the left side. Seegers makes a great play. He'll flip it to Honar at second. Got him out there on the force. Michael Seegers, the outstanding shortstop. He makes the play to end the top of the third. Hawks lead it 2-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Today is the day. After countless hours of research, cutting back expenses, and 9 months of anxiously waiting for her, today is the day you finally bring home your new car. It's also the day to protect her with an auto policy from Shelter Insurance. Our policies are competitively priced and include new car replacement coverage if anything were to happen to your new baby.
To find an agent near you, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Top of the order coming up for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the third. Iowa 2, Bradley nothing. The Braves will send out a new pitcher in this inning. They'll go with Travis Lutz. He's a sophomore right-hander from Bartonville, Illinois.
1-1 on the season, has made 7 starts. This will be his 12th appearance. 7.97 ERA, 35 innings, 43 hits, 37 runs, 31 earned. Little control issue, 23 walks, 11 hit batters, 31 strikeouts. Did throw 2/3 of an inning against the Hawks in Peoria. Didn't give up a hit, but gave up 2 runs, walked 3, struck out 1, and hit 2 guys. So control issues reared their head there.
Yes, they did. Iowa with a 2-run lead on the Braves in the 3rd. Utilize those free bases, huh? See if we can get a few to go our way. Neither team has awarded the other a free base, right? I mean, I guess a couple of wild pitches or pass balls, however you want to call them, but no walks on either side.
No walks on either side, which is certainly for the Hawkeyes pitching staff is a welcome change from last night.
Night and day difference so far. Just the feel of everything, the momentum. Here's Wilmus. First pitch is outside to him. Ball 1.
Well, Hawk pitcher 69.2% strikes. I mean, that's that was not the case last night.
Lutz operating out of the windup. The pitch outside again. Ball 2. It makes critical thinkers ponder how it can be so different from one day to the next, but Wilmus has worked a 3-0 count. Sports, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what other explanation there is. Some days you have it, some days you just don't. And some days multiple people have it, some days multiple people just don't. And I guess if you just pool it all into one game, get it out of your system.
One way to attack it. Doesn't feel very good, but it is one way to attack it.
Couple of strikes thrown by Lutz now, and the count's full to Wilmus.
A good bounce back now. Good 90-mile-an-hour fastball there.
Here's the pitch. Sawed off, punch on the infield. First baseman's going to grab it. No, the second baseman, McGinnis, comes in front of him and catches it for the first out. Good battle back there by Lutz to get Wilmus.
As fastball has good movement, you kind of saw it there. Ben thought it was going to be more out in the middle of the plate, worked in on him, had some arm side action and worked in on him, ended up sawing him off there and just got the little pop-up. But Lutz is going to have a hard time locating the off-speed stuff, but did a good job there with the fastball to battle back. Of course, he throws an off-speed strike because I said that.
Of course. Anthony watches it go by for a strike with the breaking ball. Anthony's been named to the John Olerud Two-Way Player of the Year Award watch list. That was announced on Monday by the College Baseball Foundation. Keaton's down in the count, 0-2.
Is it safe to believe it might start raining soon with the way the wind just picked up and it got cooler?
Yeah, now all of a sudden we got some wind blowing in from center. 0-2 to Anthony. That's high and out, ball 1. You can hear the wind whipping through the broadcast booth. It's breezy and now chilly. Where before it was just kind of stagnant, almost humid, like it was warm enough that you could feel some humidity. The 1-2 to Anthony, that's up and in, ball 2. I'd rather not have it rain, John. How about you?
Correct. Correct. Not sure I could agree with that statement anymore.
2-2, that's up and in, it hit him. Hits Keaton in the shoulder. And so Anthony is on with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd.
Takes the team lead all by himself from Sam Peterson with the dozen hit by pitches now.
And Peterson's going to view that as a little cheap because Sam's been out for a couple of games.
Yeah, Sam's been. Keaton's got 10 more games than Petey does.
Isn't that hard to believe that Sam's been out for that many games? He's just hitting his stride too. I think he's close to coming back. You heard that from Coach Heller in the pregame interview today. First pitch to Brennan Deriggi, swinging and missing.
Yeah, sounds like we might have a chance to see him if the situation's right tonight, but
get some work in before that Nebraska game on Friday.
Yeah, you'd like to maybe have him. Good pitch there. I'd like to be able to have him hit the ground running a little bit more than just come in cold that first time against Nebraska.
All right, Deriggi's down in the count, 0-2. Lutz is ready, the pitch. Inside corner, called third strike.
Boy, DeRiggi got called out on strike 2 and strike 3, and I'm not sure either one of them actually hit the strike zone.
Boy, that one was inside. Maybe had a little two-seam break on it or something. DeRiggi doesn't really agree at all.
Well, how about the one that was loaded? A two-seam rise, sink? Where were we there?
So 2 outs in the inning. Here's Raider Tello. He hit the home run that followed DeRiggi's back in the first.
Wow.
Wind is starting to really
whistling all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that comes right in through our window from center. 1-0 pitch to Tello. Swing and a miss. 1-1. 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Iowa 2, Bradley nothing.
I think we went from being pretty clean to might be a little interesting.
Talking weather-wise there?
Uh-huh.
Tello shoots the 1-1 foul to the right side. That'll get out of the stadium. 1-2.
Actually, the radar's still clear, so.
Hopefully that is true and correct and stays that way. Here comes the 1-2 to Tello. This is tapped foul to the left side. Over by Coach Heller.
If you believe the hourly, the big chances still don't come in until 10. So,
well, if we're here at 10 o'clock, we're having a problem because there's a run rule on this game, and that would mean that
both
it's within 10. Yeah, it's within 10, and it's high scoring. Here's the 1-2 that is outside. I mean, Bradley, that wasn't even close, John. That was way outside. Their catcher was.
He's hopping to the dugout. Good gravy. That ball's 2 baseballs outside the strike zone, and I know the umpire has stretched out a ball that way, but
come on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
The 2-2 to Tello on the ground to the right side. Diving play made by the second baseman. He'll pop up and throw it to first for the third out. If I'm the home plate umpire, I'm saying, all right, guys, let's keep it in check here. I don't know that I'd be all on board with those antics, maybe on both sides.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're through 3 at Duane Banks. Iowa 2, Bradley nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the 4th inning, Iowa 2, Bradley nothing. Jared Simpson back on the mound for another inning of work. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, good part of the order coming up for the Braves. Delgado, Hansen, and Huseman. That would be 3, 4, 5. Simpson, probably his last inning. You'd imagine if Savary only went 2. Boy, big confidence boost for Jared if he can get out of this one in a clean fashion. Lefty on lefty matchup here. Simpson's first pitch to Delgado is fouled off the mid of Tallman. Good start for Jared.
Sorry, I got distracted there by the tornado of napkins behind us with the wind whipping around.
Well, let's see. We've got our paperweights around here. I've got my cell phone. I've got a roll of blue tape, a water bottle, a couple of pens. What do you got, John?
Computer,
you got
soda,
your computer.
Phone. I got a little bit of everything.
Not prepared for that. Here's the 0-1 from Simpson. That is a called strike at the knees, maybe a bit below it. We'll take it. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, again, the only thing you ask for out of the home plate umpire is consistency. Call a funky strike zone. Nobody cares, but just make sure it gets called both ways and everybody knows what it is.
You think slider here, low and out, John? What do you think?
Yeah, well, it looks like he's setting up for high heat.
The 0-2, it was a high heater. It's a called third strike. Simpson got him.
Delgado's having a chat, but man, that might have been the best pitch he's ever going to see. Ball's belt high, a little out away from him.
That's on the barrel too. If he, right in the sweet spot, I would think.
If you're willing to go the opposite way, you can really do some damage with that one. But
cleanup hitter Peter Hansen stands in. He's the first baseman. He struck out in the first. Sends it foul to the right side to start his at bat. 0-1. I like what Iowa's doing. You've noticed it a couple of times. Hasn't always resulted in a strikeout, but have gotten to the 0-2-1-2 and haven't had to throw a chase pitch that has been non-competitive. They've actually been throwing a few strikes with the 0-2-1-2 counts, which isn't always in the philosophy.
Yeah, been right around and in the zone.
Foul ball to the right side, 0-2. But I like that because the scouting report is probably that, hey, if you get 0-2-1-2, they're not going to throw you a strike unless it's a mistake.
Well, and the thing, too, is trust your stuff. Your stuff is better. Just go ahead and pick a spot and go get it.
No balls, 2 strikes. Simpson ready. The pitch. It's high and out, ball 1. Not a bad pitch there to Hansen.
When we saw that before, he raised the eye level up a little bit and then came back and attacked. He brought it down just a little but kind of stayed in the same spot, in the same vicinity. We'll see if he does it or if now he actually breaks that ball back across towards his back foot.
Tallman set up low and in. This is tapped foul in the box. Hansen hit it off his ankle.
He went for the back foot and Hansen kept accommodating and knocked it off his own back foot.
That one hurts. No guard down there for Hansen. He's limping around and kind of doubled over. Get back into the box.
Tallman kicked some dirt on the plate to help him out. And
buying some time.
I mean, this is where hopefully your common sense settles in. We don't punch him out because he hasn't gotten the box yet. So
yeah.
good job there by everybody to kind of just settle down and give him a second.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Simpson out of the stretch. That one is just high and out, ball 2. I physically saw the third base umpire start his stopwatch down there, and it was when Hansen got back into the box and was ready to hit. So the common sense did apply there, John.
Doesn't always fit in this world, so good to see it here.
Not so common, is it?
Seems to not be.
2-2. There's another strikeout for Simpson. He brought that one up and in, and Hansen did not offer at it. It's the backwards K, out number 2.
92-mile-an-hour fastball there from Simpson, and I think he was maybe thinking that back footer was coming again, and that one just stayed right there and just sent him walking back to the dugout.
See Huseman now. He popped up to Seegers at short in the second. We're in the top of the 4th right now. Iowa shutting out Bradley 2-0. Long pause from Jared. Here's the pitch. Inside, almost hit the batter.
Just looking around at scores. You've got Western Michigan in a good battle with Notre Dame. Although Notre Dame's got a chance to blow it open here. Maryland and James Madison 9-7 in the 4th.
Ooh. Well, that's a lot of runs early. 1-0 delivery, slapped foul to the right side. That'll find the street. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Indiana helping the Hawks out, up 7-4 over Cincinnati in the bottom of the 6th.
They got a big win last night, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Texas Tech gets one over Grand Canyon, 11-6, helping out the Hawks a little bit. Quinnipiac gets a win.
All right, the Bobcats.
Illinois State hammering Northern Illinois.
This one is crushed to deep left. This is big-time trouble. Wilmus is at the wall, and it is a home run for the Bradley Braves. Carson Huseman drives a high fly ball over the wall in left, and it's 2-1.
332.
Barely got over that wall.
Yeah, I really thought I really thought with the way the wind had started to blow and then the launch, it just seemed like it launched it straight up in the air. And thought maybe it had a chance to stay in, but obviously did not work out that way.
A 2-out home run gets Bradley on the board in the 4th. And now Simpson deals a pitch high and out. Gets to the backstop. Batters Easton Harris. He flied out to right in the 2nd. Just 1 or 2 pitches away from a 1-2-3 inning.
Well, but now you just want to see, you're going to give up a hit, and then unfortunately you're going to give up a home run every now and again. Now you just want to see Jared focus back in, do what he's done.
Harris will send this back to the screen. 1-1 on the foul ball.
And he's pitched well, so don't let one hitter turn into a bigger problem. So just go get this guy out, get back in the dugout, let your bats go score some runs.
The Huckstorf, Honar, and Seegers in the box for the Hawkeyes. When we get to the bottom of the 4th, here's the 1-1 from Simpson. This one is popped up left side. Wilmus is out there in left. He's camped underneath it. It'll finally find his glove. Wow, Bradley's hit a couple of high fly balls out into the atmosphere. That drops into Wilmus's glove for the 3rd out. 1 run across for Bradley in the 4th. Iowa leading 2-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Bottom of the 4th inning, Iowa 2, Bradley 1. Huckstorf, Honar, and Seegers coming to the box for Iowa right now. Huckstorf, he'll lead it off. He struck out in the 1st. Got to get Kyle going. I know we've said that a couple times the past few games, but boy, this Iowa offense really dangerous when Kyle's on fire.
Yeah, average just clinging around 300 now.
Lutz is still in the game for Bradley. Came in the 3rd. 1-0 pitch to Huck. Outside corner called strike. Each team with 3 hits. Iowa had 2 of them in the 1st inning. Back-to-back home runs. Trying to string something together as we get to the middle innings. How about that?
I'm all for it. I'm on board.
Yeah. 1-1 is a nice breaking ball. Drops in for a strike. 1-2.
I'd just like to see Huck feel like he's going to hit a barrel here.
Good to see him lay off that one, though. That one was right around, but it was high.
It's in kind of that tempting zone. So still maintaining good discipline there, and that's what that's how the foundation goes.
Good hang on that one. He fouled it off. A slider that was headed outside of the zone. Kyle got a piece of it.
Maybe. I mean, that's been, he's been a ball out. It would have been right on the edge. Probably a ball, but
close enough where you got to swing, right?
Yeah, better in this case to foul it off than complain about it.
That one, not a chance. That's up and in, ball 3. Honar is on deck. The 3-2. High ball 4. Kyle draws the walk. He'll sprint down to first base.
Huck takes his 11 stolen bases down there. Good job by him to battle back after falling behind. Give Honar a chance here.
And these two seem to stick together, right? Where what one does, the other follows up with something the same, if not better.
We talked about that with Petey, too, that they kind of when one was on, the other was on.
Here's a check swing. That hit Honar.
Let's see if he swings at it, though.
Yeah.
Did not swing at it.
Yeah, and that'll bring out Elvis Dominguez, the head coach of Bradley. He's not thrilled with that decision. Honar is at first.
Well, it's a pretty easy decision. Once you say the guy didn't swing at it, there really isn't anything to negotiate anymore. But, boy, we've seen some less energetic swings get called strikes, and so I'm maybe a little surprised he didn't get rung up there for a first strike. But
shortstop Michael Seeger.
Well, that conversation is concluded, and Iowa's in business in the fourth. 2-1 is the score, but runners at first and second with nobody out. So Honar is hit by the pitch. A couple of free bases for Iowa now in the fourth.
Just caught the replay on BTN Plus. That might have been in Iowa's favor.
Okay, we got the call. All right. First pitch to Seeger, squares to bunt, has to pull it back. That one went sailing by his eyes. Ball one.
Didn't have a great down the third baseline view. It was only the center field cam, but it was
close.
It was close.
It's close. All right, we'll settle on that. It was close. A ball and no strikes. Pitch to Seegers. That'll want to catch the outside corner. 1-1. That'd be a tough pitch to hit right there. It was a strike, but you worry about swinging at that one. That's a one you can't really drive, right? And so that ends up probably on the ground somewhere, and you don't want to do that with a couple of runners on and nobody out.
Yeah, that feels like grounded into a double play. But.
Yep. Now Michael's squared to bunt. He'll try a pickoff move to second. Huckstorf's back in there.
You've got options here. You know, we've seen this a couple times where if Iowa can get the third baseman to charge, you've got a free stolen base that way.
The pitch, Michael bunts it down the third base side. The pitcher comes off the mound. He'll throw it to first to record the out, but Michael does his job, advancing a couple of runners for the Hawkeyes now to second and third with one out.
Great sacrifice bunt there from Michael Seegers. Put it down. Huckstorf with good hustle right at contact was flying over to third, so there was no play there. Give Frazier a chance to drive in a couple runs.
Yeah, we're going to have a couple of opportunities. Here's Frazier. Iowa's up 2-1, but I don't know about you, John. It feels like the Hawks are up by more.
Which is a little bit scary.
Yes.
We've seen how those games work out sometimes. But it hasn't been, this time it hasn't felt like any wasted opportunities. Because that one fouled off the catcher.
Man, that one hurts.
He's taken two balls now that haven't really done him any favors.
Yeah, Brian doubled over pretty quickly after that deflection off the bat, and so we'll buy some time to hope that to help him be okay.
Great job by the home plate umpire there to kind of scuff up the ball for the pitcher, take a little extra time before he slow walked back behind the plate.
Seems like he's okay, so we're ready for play now. Frazier struck out looking his first time up. The 0-1 pitch, he squares to bunt, popped it up. It'll hit the top of the screen and fall to the turf behind home plate. No balls, 2 strikes.
All right, now you just have to pick up and do your next job. You didn't get that job done, but you're still at the plate. Still have work to do.
Find a way here, Braden. A little bit of trouble. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Got a piece of it and fouled it back. This pitcher likes to go with the slider on the outside, doesn't he? Lutz. He likes to work the outer portion with breaking balls.
He's got a wide variety of pitches, but other than the fastball, doesn't locate everything the best.
The 0-2. Called third strike. Frazier's down for the second time tonight. 2 outs now in the inning. It'll be up to Ben Tallman to bring home these runs.
A high strike, but probably a strike, and that's not probably.
I feel like Braden likes that pitch, that high one, right?
That's when you've seen him just lace to right field.
Yeah.
And so
He just wasn't expecting it, I don't think.
Yeah, I think he was thinking something was going to slide a little, and sometimes the Hawks are
bottom of the order with Tallman. Slider missing in, ball one.
Sometimes it's they want to be more right than it's like that was a ball, but the umpire called it a strike, so that's really the only part that mattered.
Yeah. 2 in scoring position for Tallman. He watches this go down Main Street for a strike. 1-1.
You know, it was top line of the top row of the tic-tac-toe board.
Yep.
So I mean, it was clearly in that part of the zone.
Lutz is ready with the 1-1. Here it comes. Tallman got a piece of it, sent it into the screen. 1-2.
You don't always see the umpire though give the top part of the zone and then give below the zone.
Good point.
As he's called a couple pitches that was below the bottom row of the tic-tac-toe board, and so big spot here. Hawks need to capitalize.
2 strikes and 2 outs for Tallman. The pitch. That's way outside. Ball 2.
Surprised Brian just didn't take that and jog toward the Hawkeye dugout with a little frame job and call it good.
Oh, boy. He was sliding over there. Iowa's been a good team with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Runners at second and third. The pitch. That's too far low. Ball 3.
Brian is desperately trying to frame that still.
I mean, that one had no chance, right?
No, he kind of had the little wobble. He could. There was no way in clear conscience he could pull that one all the way back.
Full count for Tallman. Lutz looks in for the sign. He's got it. The pause, the pitch. Called third strike. Outside corner. Hawks leave 2 in scoring position. We've played 4 in Iowa City. Iowa 2, Bradley 1. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Top of the 5th inning at Duane Banks. Iowa 2, Bradley 1. New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes, a right-hander, sophomore from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We're going with Chaz Wheatley now.
3.86 ERA. This will be appearance number 7. 4 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs. 2 of those were earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 286 against Chaz.
This is a tight ball game, John. We're in the middle innings. It's 2-1. Pitching has been pretty good on both sides. Not a ton of scoring opportunities, although the Hawkeyes just had one. Couldn't quite convert.
Yeah, runners on second and third there, less than 2 out. Back-to-back strikeouts. You know, you gotta. That's how you win games, and unfortunately, sometimes that's how you lose games. You know, not taking advantage of the opportunities that are there.
And those were free bases, right? We cover that. A walk and a hit batter to start the inning.
And we've seen this a little bit. Saw it bite Iowa. 0 for 6 so far with runners on base, and 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. So, not able to string it together. Both runs came on the solo home runs, and so saw that issue last night where they really weren't able to string rallies together, and just 5 hits last night, just 3 so far through 4 innings tonight. So,
and the pressure now will shift back to the pitching staff. So Wheatley's got to come in and hold the Braves in the 5th. First pitch from Chaz, fouled back to the Iowa on deck circle. Connor Manthe's the batter for the Braves right now, right-handed hitter. He grounded out to Seegers in the 2nd. Wheatley out of the windup, the 0-1. Hard fastball that's low. Ball 1.
Romanthe 263 coming into the game today.
Towards the top of their team batting average. This one from Wheatley just high. 2-1. Manthe's got only 6 RBIs and 5 extra base hits.
And struck out 31 times
Yeah.
in 76 at bats.
2-1 from Wheatley, swing and a miss, 2-2. Just based on Manthe's frame, you'd assume he'd have some power in there, don't you think?
Looks like he's got the ability to have some pop.
Wheatley's got him in a 2-2 count to lead off the 5th. The pitch from Chaz. That's low and out, ball 3. Now pressure pitch from the tall Hawkeye right-hander. Got to bring it into the zone. Bottom third of the order for the Braves in the 5th. The 3-2 flared into center. Tough play. Huckstorf didn't make a good break on it, but he catches up to it, and he's got it for the first out.
Nice job there from Huck. That ball was just fisted out there. Good fastball from Chaz. Got it on the inside part of the plate. Ball just kind of looped out there. Thought it might have a chance. I didn't think it was going to carry that far. Huck did a good job coming in and made the play.
Not sure if Kyle saw that off the bat, because my eyes went straight to Huck in center, because you kind of lose it when it gets above the top of the window here in our broadcast booth, and Kyle came forward and got it. One of the best center fielders in the country and the Big Ten. He makes the play.
A lot of gray clouds tonight, so especially as it starts to get dark with the gray clouds, lights don't really have full effect yet. It's hard to pick that ball up.
Batter is Adam Bryan now. He sends this foul down the left field line, down in the count 0-2. Just to go off that point, everybody, a lot of people might assume that it's harder with the sun in your eyes, which that's definitely challenging if it's right in your eyes, but it can be equally as difficult with cloudy gray skies to pick up a ball in the air.
Well, especially tonight, it's not a consistent gray either.
0-2's just outside from Wheatley. Tallman tried to frame it, didn't get the call.
Love the frame job from Tallman. Good job there.
He didn't hold it as long as his Bradley counterpart, though, who's in the box with him right now.
I think he knew it was outside.
Yeah.
He didn't try to throw it to Tello or anything.
Wheatley's 1-2 is hit into the net to the left. Wheatley's thrown a few pitches so far, but he's had a nice season for the Hawkeyes, really coming into his own. Looking for the strikeout of Bryan. The 1-2. It's too far high, right below the eyes. 2-2.
All right, now you do something with it. You showed up high. You got you got him. You can't dive to that outside corner, so now maybe you could kind of backdoor curveball him again.
Fastball's hit on the ground to second. Honar moves over. He's got it. He'll throw it to Deriggi, who stomps on the bag for the second out.
Yeah, Deriggi kind of went over and just didn't quite get his foot on the bag the first time, so had to give a good stomp to get it the second time.
Right foot red almost. All right, 2 outs in the 5th. Here's McGinnis. McGinnis bats from the left side. A little bit smaller in frame than Manthe and Bryan. First pitch from Wheatley. Sliced foul to the left side. That'll get out of play. 0-1.
Yeah, same thing here. You got a guy bottom of the order, 307 on base percentage, and kind of attack him just like Chaz did. Get ahead and now work with it from a position of power here with your pitches.
Wheatley from the windup, the pitch. Nice breaking ball. Floats in. Called strike on the outer half of the plate.
Now you kind of decide what you want to do. You can maybe heat him up and away again, just see what he's got up there.
I like the heater.
Okay, I'm with you.
No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch from Chaz. Just off the plate outside. Ball 1.
Pretty good. Ben was set up out there, and, everybody's going to miss a little bit off your spot, and Ben just missed to the wrong side there to get the strike call, but now he can come back.
Here comes the 1-2. Tapper right back to Wheatley. He'll wait for it to come to him, and he'll throw it over to first. Got him for the 1-2-3 inning.
Pretty sure I called him Ben, but Chaz nice job there.
Good correction, John. You made the catch and the play. How about that? All right. We're headed to the bottom of the 5th. Iowa 2-1, holding on to a 1-run lead over the Bradley Braves. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Bottom of the fifth from a now windy Iowa City. Just blowing through the press box up here. Iowa leading 2-1 over the Bradley Braves. They'll throw in a new pitcher, freshman righty, 6'6", 225. They'll go with Braden Marks.
0-2 on the season, does have a save. This will be appearance number 11, 9.22 ERA, 13 2/3 innings, 19 hits, 16 runs, 14 of those are earned. Struggled a little bit with control. 9 walks. Nope, I had it right the first time. 11 walks. Oh, you set the tape down. You screwed me up. 11 walks, 5 wild pitches as well to go with 8 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .339 against him. So good fastball. It's going to come in. Again, it'll be just probably 90, a little under. Works the slider off that. But slider's a little bit more hit and miss. So Hawks will really kind of have to sit on that fastball again and make him come into the strike zone.
What have you seen from the Iowa hitters in the first, 4 innings?
The approach has been pretty good. They haven't really adjusted to the fact that the umpires snuck the strike zone away a little bit. They've really, again, it's kind of that I want to prove that I'm right, but it doesn't matter that you're right when the umpire's calling that a strike. Mm-hmm. You've got to go out and get it, and so they'll have to kind of adjust that a little bit here to add some to the run pile.
Only up by 1 right now. Feels like Iowa's up by a bit more, but just a 2-1 game right now. Ben Wilmus is in the box. He's 0 for 2 today.
We did see Marks pitched an inning last time, gave up a hit, a run. It was unearned. Walked a guy.
Wilmus pops the 0-1 foul to the right side. 0-2. I think when I look at Bradley's pitching so far, they've been much better today than they were the first time we saw them. I think for starters, just Iowa still trying to find their way, but I think more strikes have been thrown and more competitive pitches from the Braves. The 0-2, Wilmus off the hands, hits it foul. And so that's one of the differences I've seen in this game, because the first time we played him it was 9-6, a little bit more high scoring than what we're on pace for, at least right now.
And they're up. Bradley's at about 59% strikes right now, so doing a good job throwing strikes. Just 1 walk, so they've kind of kept it in check there.
Marks is ready with the 0-2 out of the stretch. Long pause, the pitch. Wilmus popped it up again. So get over the grandstand to the right.
Love how Marks keeps the habit. He still checks first.
I made a mental note of that, too. I don't know what he's looking at over there.
There's obviously nobody standing there, but he still checks. I like it.
He does it there, the 0-2. Wilmus, he'll be on first now. There's a base hit into right. He'll have something to check, huh?
Good to great. Yeah, now he can actually check. Now he can actually check the base runner over there. Good piece of hitting there from Ben. Went the opposite way. Down in a hole. It fouled off a couple pitches and then just stuck with that one and got the first hit of the game for him.
Wilmus now 1 for 3. We'll see Anthony up now. He's 0 for 1. He flied out to right in the first, was hit by a pitch in the third.
That's an at-bat you don't see from Ben very often. Swung at all 5 pitches.
Right. It's a good point. First pitch to Anthony. That's over the heart of the plate for a strike.
You also don't get an opportunity to swing at 5 pitches all that often.
Yeah.
especially 5 consecutive pitches to lead off the at-bat.
A couple of very different at-bats for Ben. His first one, I don't think he swung at one, maybe the entire at-bat. He got caught looking. Anthony shoots this into right. Another base hit. Same spot. Back-to-back singles now for the Hawkeyes in the 5th. They've got their 5th hit of the game. Wilmus, now Anthony.
Funny how shallow that right fielder was that time on Keaton Anthony, of all people. So as he's come in early in the game, he was right, I don't know, 3-4 good steps in front of the track. Now all of a sudden he's well in, although with DeRiggi coming up, he's drifting back a little bit now.
Maybe trusting the forces of nature, the wind keeping it in as it's blowing over the right field wall in from there. First pitch to DeRiggi. That's inside, ball 1.
Good stop there from Brian. Wilmus had a good secondary lead, but when Brian caught it clean, just decided to stay put. If DeRiggi turned on one this time, it would be a bomb to get it out of here now.
Yeah.
It's a little cooler, wind blowing in a little harder.
All eyes on the next pitch. It's 2-0. Feels like Iowa's got all the momentum right now. With a couple of hits, they're generating the offense on their own instead of it being handed to them.
Well, and you see what happens when either team doesn't walk a lot of guys. Teams have to string together hits. And
2-0, line deep and foul. How did DeRiggi hit that far? Down the line and left.
Well, because every ball he hits, that had a 96 exit velocity, so he that's light for him. So every ball he hits, he seems to find some version of the barrel.
DeRiggi's worked a 2-1 count with nobody out. Runners at first and second. The pitch. Brennan fouled it off. Just missed that one. 2-2.
And right now, if you were going to do it, it's probably where the Bradley hitter hit the home run. It's probably kind of more toward, the far side of the scoreboard there. You're going to have to keep it between the foul line and the scoreboard to get it to carry.
2-2, line drive into center, base hit. 3 straight singles for the Hawkeyes. Wilmus, Anthony, and now DeRiggi. Tough play for Wilmus at second. He has to stop at third.
Yeah, not a great read for Wilmus. He's going back just in case the pitcher makes the catch. Maybe the middle infielders aren't there, but again, you got a guy that's 6'6" pitching. You never quite know if he's going to just reach up and slap one. So
I've got no problem with that from Wilmus, because that would just kind of kill all the momentum that you've been building to.
Right. You talk about the momentum. There's no reason to run yourself out of an inning right now, and Ben made sure that he did the conservative thing first, so good play there. And the Hawks are in business for Tello.
Rader will come to the box with the bases juiced and nobody out. Leading 2-1. You feel this on the brink of maybe trying to break it open. We've got a mound visit for Bradley right now.
The Hawks had 2 on and 1 out last inning, so now they've one-upped it. We've got the bases loaded and nobody out.
Yeah.
So finally have some hits with runners on base. And actually that won't qualify as a hit with a runner in scoring position. But now you're going to want to try to see if you can drive them in now.
We talked with Coach Heller in pregame. Tello's been one of the most consistent players in this lineup. He's got a .304 average coming into the game today. He's got 11 extra base hits, 8 doubles, 3 home runs. He's only missed 1 game this year.
Missed the midweek game after he got hit by the pitch.
He'll hit the first pitch on the ground and through into left field. Base hit. Wilmus scores. Here comes Anthony chugging around third. The throw goes into third where DeRiggi slides in safely. It's an RBI, a 2 RBI single. Rader, Tello. Hawks lead at 4-1.
Really good piece of hitting there, and then Hawks are the beneficiary of good range by the shortstop, actually, as he made a diving play, went off the end of his glove, but he ended up slowing it down so it didn't get all the way to the left fielder, allowed 2 runs to score. Hustling DeRiggi got into third, and no reason for the inning to be over yet.
No question about that, John. Iowa 4, Bradley 1. Runners at the corners. Still nobody out. Here's Huxdorf. A couple of pitchers getting loose in the Bradley pen. First pitch to Huck, low and out, ball 1. Yeah, now this really feels like a a big inning is coming for the Hawks with a crooked number. Possibly you get Hucksdorf, he can find a way on, then you go right to Honar. And then you can reset the table with guys like Seegers, Frazier, and Tallman.
Absolutely. Hawkeyes so due.
1-0 into the gap in left center, base hit. Another single for the Hawkeyes in the inning. That'll bring home DeRiggi. 5-1 as Hucksdorf makes it the 5th consecutive single.
Caught a good high fastball there. And like we talked about, instead of now complaining about what the strike zone is, just recognize it is and go get it. He attacked that high fastball. It was in the upper row of the tic-tac-toe board and just almost tomahawked it out there, but just well hit, zipped it right out there, drove in a run. 105 on the exit velocity of that one.
Really drove that into left. Iowa 5-1 in the bottom of the 5th, up to 8 hits now. Nobody out in the inning. Runners on first and second. Here's Honar. First pitch to him. He clubs this high to right, but it is not deep enough. In fact, it's floating in. The right fielder will make the catch for the first out. No advancement on the tag. Tello has to stay at second, and therefore Huck at first.
I think I'm a little surprised by the exit velocity on that. Was 104, but it was just kind of straight up.
Maybe with Honar's swing to a little bit of backspin, get caught up in the wind. That thing was...
Well, it looked like it was blowing back toward the infield by the time it was done.
Because the right fielder looked camped, and then all of a sudden he was sprinting forward. Seegers stands in. First pitch floats high, ball 1.
Good take there from Seegers. Good speed at first. Average speed and Tello at second, but probably not playing a game here.
Got the hand started, did not go after the 1-0, and good thing he didn't. That was outside, ball 2.
He talked about it in his last at bat. Nothing good was going to happen on that one. Just kind of roll over it and. Not 100% sure what that one was.
Yeah, time called from behind the plate. Seegers standing in the box. The 2-0 is high, ball 3. Red light for the Hawkeye shortstop. You got to imagine right here.
You would think so. And again, whether Coach Heller gives it or whether it's Michael Seegers' personality, I don't see him really swinging at a 3-0 pitch.
Marks has set the pitch. That's a strike on the outside corner. It's been fascinating watching this catcher for Bradley. I mean, that was painted on the corner on the outside. He brought it back right down the middle.
Yeah.
Well, definitely wasn't there.
Look, every pitch he's had has split the middle of the plate so far after the frame goes on.
Here comes a 3-1 to Michael. He popped this one up. Hopefully the wind gets it out of play. I don't think it will. Third baseman in front of the Bradley dugout. He'll grab it for the second out.
And that'll bring up a welcome face.
Here comes Sam Peterson. Man, it's good to see Petey out there. Haven't heard this walk-up song in a while. Haven't seen that swing in a while. Good to see Peterson back in the box.
This walk-up song feels new for him, though.
You think so?
I think so. Didn't he have like a country music
I think that's Honar. Honar's got the country music.
All right.
I might give you a little bit and say that it might be different.
Well, I'll have to ask him.
See what Petey's got. He's missed the last 9 games or so, and wow, he was ready to get back in there. A home run type of swing, but
he'd been watching. He knew that outside pitch was called a strike. He was ready to go. Well, if you haven't batted in a while, you want to make sure you don't want a 4-pitch walk. You're going to make sure you swing the bat.
Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Iowa 5-1 in the 5th. Here's the pitch to Petey. That's up and in.
Let's not get him hit by a pitch.
Especially not in the hand. It was pretty close to it.
I told him in the dugout before the game, I said, Petey, it's nice to see you back with a little less equipment on.
Right. Don't have to walk around with that club anymore. This one's way too far, low and out. 2 balls and a strike. So Peterson batting for Frazier right now.
See, he knew what he was doing swinging at that first pitch.
Yeah.
Puts him in position now where he can get a pitch to hit and he can swing at it. 3-0 he's going to have to take. 2-1 now, he's going to get a chance to go.
2-1 delivery on its way home. Swing and a miss. Just off the plate outside, but it's been called a strike tonight, so Petey offered at it, missed it, 2-2.
Did you see Brian frame that one too? He swung at it and he framed it. That's just good. That's just good discipline.
Commitment.
To always do it.
Yeah.
Commitment to the cause. Just keeps doing it.
Oh boy. Here comes a 2-2. That's a slider out. Full count. Runners will be going on the pitch with Tello at second. Huckstorf at first.
Just a good pitch. You've got Petey to swing at 2 balls that are kind of outside the zone that way. So you throw him the slider that looks like it's in the same spot and you break it away. Just good discipline from Petey to hang in there.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Line drive right to the second baseman. Good swing by Petey. Good at bat. Good to see him back in the lineup. He lines out to second to end the 5th. 3 runs across for the Hawkeyes. It's 5-1. The 6th is coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
The Hawkeyes extend their lead in the 5th, making it 5-1. We're in the top of the 6th now. Bradley coming to the box with the top of their order. They'll face off against a new Hawkeye pitcher, right-hander, a sophomore from Cumming, Georgia, Jack Whitlock.
3-0 on the season, 8 appearances. This will be number 9. Does have a start with a 1 ERA. 9 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs allowed. Just 1 of those were earned, though. 2 walks, 7 strikeouts. Opponents right now just hitting 107 against Jack. And he was also really, really good up in Minneapolis.
He and Savary have kind of come together, right, and been a pretty good duo out of the bullpen.
Gave themselves, you know, again, guys that maybe didn't have a role when the season started and just kind of kept plugging away, doing what they were supposed to do in these midweek games. Got a chance on the weekend then and, you know, took it and ran with it. So you kind of excited for guys that they kind of stuck to the process, kept doing the work, and when they got an opportunity, made it pay off.
Peterson not only pinch hitting in the 5th, but will enter the game in the 6th out in right. No other changes for the Hawkeyes defensively. I know Coach Heller mentioned getting Blake Guerin into the game at some point if the opportunity would present itself. I don't think we're there yet.
No, I think you want to make sure. I mean, what you kind of hope for is obviously you were kind of hoping to be able to maybe get a run rule, but Iowa also has enough pitchers they'd probably like to get in the game as well, and enough position players that maybe they could sneak out there and play. And good spot here now for Whitlock to keep the Hawkeye trend of mowing Bradley down.
Yeah, the Braves only have 3 hits through 5 innings. Whitlock deals a fastball outside to Vogel to start off this at-bat. Out of the windup, Whitlock is ready. The pitch on its way home. Breaking ball hit right back to him. Whitlock's got it. He'll jog over halfway to first, toss it to DeRiggi. 1 down. We've had Vogel. We've had his number tonight.
Nice job there. And you know, Jack and Sav both, what you've seen from both of them is just an outstanding breaking ball that's kept hitters off balance. They've been able to hit caps, hit handles, and you know, get easy outs that way. And so good job there for the first out, you know, as Jack tries to work through the top of the order here.
Chatterton's in the box. First pitch at the letters, ball 1. Chatterton's their left fielder, the switch hitter, standing in from the left side now. He's had to go back and forth today. A ball and no strikes, pitch from Whitlock. That sails in for a strike, 1-1.
A good pitch there, working the inside corner on the left-hander. Sometimes it's harder to, some pitchers have a hard time working in, and just kind of depends on which way their ball likes to move naturally.
Chatterton squares to bunt, pops it up to Tallman. Tallman will pick it up, throw it to first. Great execution there for the second out.
Really well done by Ben to jump out there, grab it, just like a third strike. He made sure he cleared himself into the middle of the field, fired it down to Rigg, and got the second out.
2 quick outs for Whitlock. See Delgado, the 3-hitter, up now.
He's got a hit today. Good rope there to keep the first inning going early on.
Curveball to start off the at-bat. That's tough. That's on the outside corner. It's called a strike. Really hard time hitting that one.
Well, yeah, that's 14 inches of break as he snapped it through there.
Oh, and then goes with a changeup right there at 79 miles an hour. A swing and a miss, 0-2.
Yeah, that one is that one's just silly. You should kind of throw it and swing right over the top of it. See if he can finish him off here.
The windup, the 0-2, just off the plate outside, ball 1. I don't know how Delgado didn't swing at that.
That was probably 2 baseballs out instead of 1. The 1 he gets, 2 he hasn't been, so.
All right, we'll see what he comes with the 1-2. Here it comes. Outside, ball 2.
Tried to snap that one all the way around. Now he's just got to fight back. He kind of gave up his advantage a little bit, but still doesn't have to come center here or anything, so.
You get back in the strike zone. The 2-2 is hit in the air to right. Wind blowing in. He'll hang it up there. Peterson's underneath of it. He's got it for the third out. A 1-2-3 inning in the 6th. Iowa 5, Bradley 1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
John Evans, John Leo in the broadcast booth at Duane Banks Field. Iowa on top of Bradley in the bottom of the 6th by a score of 5-1. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more just minutes south of Iowa City.
You're stealing my job.
Yeah, I had to kill some time there because we couldn't read the number on this Bradley pitcher, a new pitcher into the game for the Braves. They'll go with a junior right-hander, Josh Flack.
2-2 on the season. This is appearance number 10. He has made 4 starts, 8.14 ERA, 21 innings, 29 hits, 23 runs, 19 of those were earned. Has walked 14 guys, struck out just 9. Wow. Given up 12 extra base hits, including 6 home runs. His opponents have hit .330 against him. So going to kind of throw. He'll be right around 90 again. Control's been a little bit of an issue, especially on the breaking stuff. So another one of those guys, Hawkeye hitters are going to go up there hunting fastball and see what they can do.
Well, we'll see a pinch hitter to start the inning in the 6th for Iowa. Will Mulfler is into the game. He's batting for Tallman in the 9 spot. So Flack is ready. And the first pitch is low and out all the way to the backstop.
Do a new first baseman for Bradley as well.
Yeah, they've got Braden in there at first. Wolfler takes a fastball outside, 1-1. That's a called strike.
That's Braden Bach. Yeah, you're getting cheated on how long the name is there.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at my... Sure. Breidenbach. There you go.
There we go. That ball 2-0. 2-0 now. I thought it was 2-1.
Yeah, it's 2-1. It's 2-1.
Boy, we had the scoreboard issues last night. No need to bring those with us.
We did not bring those back from Chicago. 2 balls and 2 strikes for Molfler now. Trying to work his way into some more at-bats as the season progresses. This one's off the plate outside. The count will be full.
You know, we talked last night about not seeing Chase Mosley. I did see him on the field today. Yeah. I talked to him for a little bit on the field. It was kind of nice to...
Here's one again, outside, ball 4. Molfler with a great eye. Didn't go after any of those. Yeah, it was really good to see Chase. We just had been reflecting on the injuries that have hurt the team this year, and we haven't seen Chase in quite some time. And then we had said, yeah, we just really haven't seen him, at all. We've been on the road, or just haven't seen him at the ballpark. We haven't been at practice, and we did see him today. He looked like he was in good spirits.
Yeah, and he said, he's hoping to start running soon, and that'll kind of sneak him up, get him a little bit closer.
Wilmus bunts the first pitch foul down the first baseline. Didn't look like Mosley had any, restrictive braces or anything on, so progress looks good.
But, I think, with kind of the leg injuries, too, sometimes it takes a while, and even at that, it'll take a while for him to be 100%. But if he can get back and contribute, be a good bat at, later in the season somewhere along the way, just provide options is really would be a bonus at this point.
Because honestly, the depth for Iowa, especially in the position player grouping, is not that deep.
It's not anymore. It was pretty good for a while, and then all of a sudden you got stretched real thin.
Wilmus tries to bunt again. Hard bunt, foul. 0-2. If you think about it, you got, Sarsfield is maybe the only outfielder, natural, true outfielder, right? I'm trying to think of others that you could throw out there.
Well, you'd put Rigg out there, and you could put you put Blake back over at first, and and he's played a lot of outfield in his career, so it's not new.
The 0-2 is downstairs, ball 1.
He's certainly different than Petey and Mosley and Frazier as far as playing outfield goes.
And it would be a 2-person move because you'd have to find somebody to put it at first. But really, not too many options depth-wise. 1-2 offering to Wilmus. Line drive into the net. Stay 1-2.
Crowd roars for John, catching that off the...
I think John's 2 for 2 today, catching the foul balls off the screen.
He had that one measured, too. He was camped.
He comes and preps and pulls on the net a couple of times to check how taut it is when we get here every day. 1-2 to Wilmus. Another line drive foul. He's hanging tough.
Good job from Ben catching the fastballs and fighting them off. Staying away from the breaking stuff, and so see if he can continue the at-bat here.
Good eye there. Dropped low. Ball 2.
Again, stayed off the breaking stuff. He said he had kind of that odd at-bat to lead off last inning when he swung at all 5 pitches and been very aggressive here. Ben's at his best. He got punched out in that first inning because he kind of starts looking for the walk. When he's ready to go.
This one's punched into right, down the line. Second baseman giving chase, gets into foul territory. Nobody can make a play on it. Wilmus will stay alive.
Boy, that might be your backup first baseman issue there that made a change. And
he was backpedaling, kind of drifting. Just turn and run, son.
First baseman was 100% lost. Second baseman had great hustle trying to get over there. Just too far for him to go, and with the wind blowing in, right fielder had no chance of getting there.
2 balls, 2 strikes to the Hawkeye left fielder. Molfler's at first with nobody out. The pitch. Ben fouls off another one.
And that was a good breaking ball that he stuck with there and fouled it back over the net again.
Flack versus Wilmus. Pause in the pitch. Ben was late on that one. Swings and misses, out number 1.
90-mile-an-hour fastball. Ben might have been thinking he was going to have a little break to it, and then once it didn't break, it was too late to kind of get back on your horse and go.
That's good pitch there from Flack. He doesn't really miss the zone at all, with the exception of one chase pitch that was in the dirt.
No, and he dotted the outside corner there on that one, so it was, for a guy that has some control issues, done a really nice job in the at-bats here.
Iowa leading Bradley 5-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning in Iowa City. Anthony into the box for the Hawkeyes. Rips this one fair into the left field corner. Mulfler's rounding second, heading for third. And Anthony is at second with another double to extend his lead in the NCAA list, leading the country.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that might move him back to first in the country. We'll do a quick check.
He was tied with Bazell at Texas Tech, wasn't he, coming into today?
Yeah, there were 3 guys that were tied. So, assuming Bazell didn't double in his game today, that'll give Keaton the lead at 20.
20th double for Keaton, and now 2 in scoring position for the Hawkeyes in the 6th with 1 out. Here is DeRiggi. The pitch in the dirt, blocked nicely by the catcher. It's ball 1.
And if we're going to go doubles per game, Keaton leads.
That's the tiebreaker. In my book.
Yep, I'm with you. And actually, Iowa is a team 8th in the country in doubles per game.
Extra bases. The strengths for the Hawkeyes offensively. Here's the 1-0 to DeRiggi. Home run type of swing, but just got a piece of it and fouled it back.
Good cut there. Here we are again, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Can feel like the game's under control, but you'd like to just kind of flex a little bit at this point.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. DeRiggi sends it foul. A fly ball to left.
For a guy with considerably more walks than strikeouts, he's done a really nice job of pounding the strike zone here.
Like I said, he's missed only a couple of times. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to DeRiggi. Called 3rd strike at the knees. Looked good. Good spot. Out number 2.
Yeah, that's just, we talk about how not many teams come in on rig, but that one's just dotted inside corner, right at or above the knee. Good pitch. Bradley with a chance to get out of another jam. Was just looking like did pitch an inning last time, and it was a good, clean one. So Hawks have got to him a little bit, but need to finish it off here.
Tello's all eyes on the fastball outside, ball 1. Base hit would score 2, you'd like to think. 1-0 to Tello. That is low, ball 2. Looked close, but Rader didn't swing at it.
It is low, but it's not crazy low for where the zone has been today.
A lot of room in the gaps. Tello fouls this off the catcher's mask. That rung his bell. He'll try to shake it off like a dog that just came out of the water.
No disrespect to any other baseball player. Catchers have to be the toughest SOBs out there.
Gotta be. 2-1, the pitch to Tello. Ooh, he was late on that fastball. Might have been in the mitt by the time he committed to the swing. 2-2.
Yeah, just a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, so not sure kind of what Tello was looking for, but absolutely got blown past him there.
Boy, you feel a base hit and get these runs in, and you've really got Bradley up against the wall.
You can feel their dugout rails pretty excited.
2-2, tapped foul to the left side. Tello hanging tough. On the flip side of things here, you make it 7-1, and I think all that energy probably sinks back into that dugout.
I would agree.
Like that one, don't you, John?
I would agree with that. I'm all for it. Tello's due for another single.
The 2-2, swing and a miss. Good pitching effort there from Bradley's Flack. Josh Flack shuts down the Hawkeyes in the 6th. We'll head to the 7th. Iowa leading 5-1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Top of the 7th inning, Iowa 5, Bradley 1. Braves coming to the box right now. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. So Mulfler had hit for Ben Tallman, so that ends Tallman's day. It'll bring in Cade Moss. He'll do the catching for the Hawkeyes, at least in this inning, probably the rest of the way, but maybe we'll see Gary Christensen. I know Coach talked about him briefly in pregame. Whitlock is on the mound for the Hawkeyes in the 7th.
Bring Breitenbach up for the first time.
Left-handed hitter. Whitlock's delivery is just off the plate outside. Tried to go in the back door and missed.
72-mile-an-hour breaking ball there.
Goes back to it, brings it back a little bit more inside. It's a called strike that time, 1-1.
73-mile-an-hour breaking ball right at the knees. Very nicely done.
You've got to be committed as a hitter to believe in that pitch the whole time. 1-1's a fastball. Looked good. Did not get the call on the inside corner. Ball 2.
Wow.
I think he blinked, John.
I think he blinked. We'll go with that because that was a strike.
It's been called one today. 2 balls and a strike to lead off the 7th. This one's shot into center. Carrying well, but Huckstorf catches up to it. He'll look up into the night sky and make the grab. 1 down.
I'm cramping up. I'm cold.
Yeah, this is not great, John.
We had what? We had 3 innings. We had 3 innings of perfect baseball. Is it too much to ask to get all the way through a game of perfect baseball?
I'm not fully prepared because it was in the 70s down here in Iowa City today. I am not equipped with full long sleeves like you are, John.
That ball's a strike. Where's that one?
Missed again. Blinked again. Maybe it's cold for him. He's got watery eyes down there. That was right at the knees. Looked good.
But I start calling everything a strike if I can't see it.
If I get the choice on which way I want to do that, I'd call it a strike, right?
If I'm that cold that my eyes are watering, I'm calling strikes. I'm getting the heck out of town.
Whitlock gets him back with a strike, making it 1-1. Next one on its way. Fouled back to the pad, 1-2.
75 miles an hour, 13, 14 inches of break. Just love the action Jack's getting on the ball.
Whitlock out of the windup, the 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. Got him for out number 2.
That's a Hawkeye t-shirt.
Strike 4.
Strike 4. Yes.
Good job there from Jack.
Hey, we can't, just to go back to that point, we can't be changing the zone now, John.
No, that's kind of the thing is you're top of the 7th inning. You don't all of a sudden shrink the strike zone now. But again, I've called Chaz the wrong name, so
First pitch swinging is Easton Harris. He grounds it to Honar at second. A 1-2-3 inning for Whitlock. He's been absolutely nails. I tell you, he hasn't been blinking at all ever since he's come into the out of the bullpen for the Hawkeyes.
No, love what Jack's done the last couple times out. Great to see him getting it done.
All right, it's time to stretch things out at Duane Banks. Bottom of the 7th coming up. Iowa 5, Bradley 1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Don't let life get in the way of what's most important. Visit shelterinsurance.com to learn more. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Reaching the late innings at Duane Banks, Iowa 5, Bradley 1. Trying to get a few more runs up on the board here in the bottom of the 7th. We'll go Huckstorf, Honar, and Seegers.
Just checking out scores. Western Michigan couldn't quite help the Hawks out. Notre Dame edged them 2-1. Maryland's winning 15-9. Strike there. Indiana trying to close out Cincinnati. It's 11-7, bottom of the 9th, but Cincinnati has the bases loaded with 2 outs, so not quite done there.
Ball to Huckstorf, 1-1. What else you got, John?
Illinois State finishes Northern Illinois in 11 innings, or I'm sorry, in 7 innings, 18-11.
Ugh. Strike on the outside corner to Huckstorf, 1-2.
Hawks are hanging in that 57 spot. Win here will only help by not losing points, really. There's not a whole lot of points to gain in this one for the Hawks.
You look at that, got a better RPI than Texas Tech right now and Maryland. Huckstorf taps it foul to the left side. Those are 2 teams that we lost series to.
Yeah, Texas Tech has been really up and down, and we kind of saw it a little bit where I think when we were looking at stats yesterday, I think their pitching staff is a top 15 in the country in walks allowed. So, I mean, kind of giving up a lot of free bases. And we obviously know what problem that can cause.
Right. It's interesting to kind of keep track of the teams that we've played as the season goes along, right? Texas Tech being one of them. Huckstorf battling the 2-2 pitch. Foul ball to the right side off the end of the bat. This one gets airborne. Pitcher is still Flack for the Braves. Out of the windup, here comes the 2-2. Huckstorf gives it a rip, but fouls it off. Kyle's swing speed hasn't changed much over the past couple of weeks. Just locating and driving. Another 2-2 delivery. Kyle hits it on the ground to third. Good pickup there by the third baseman. Throw on the run is in time to retire Huckstorf. 1 down in the Hawkeyes 7th.
Heck of a fastball ripping that across the diamond.
That might have been the hardest throw we've seen by an infielder all year. That one got over in a hurry. We'll see Honar into the box now.
And I slandered Texas Tech a little bit. They're 205 in the country in walks allowed, so not quite as far down the list as I thought they were.
Well, when you get into the triple digits, that's not great.
You get in the bottom 2/3 of it. Yeah, that's because there's 295 teams listed, and you're 205.
Honar's taken a couple of pitches, 1 a ball, 1 a strike. We're trying to build some insurance the last couple of innings here.
Where Texas Tech makes up for it, though, is they're number 9 in the country in batting average.
Yeah.
And that's not allowed. That's them going out and getting it.
319 as a team.
Seems good.
Man. Honar spikes this foul to the left side. You know, you compare something like that to Iowa. Hawkeyes are hitting 286 as a team. Got 5 hitters really, over 300. Check swing on the 2-2. Sam did not go. The count will be full.
Iowa played LSU, who's hitting 328 on the season, and Texas Tech, who's hitting 319. Nebraska will come into Iowa City off the screen there with a 316 team batting average, good for 17th in the country. So
you know, they've played some lower quality teams, I guess you could say, but they're taking advantage in the box.
They've done what they were supposed to do
right
in a lot of those games. Good job there from Sam, taking the pitch outside, draws the 1-out walk.
Honar is a base runner in the 7th. And we'll have time called and a pinch runner for Sam Honar. Gable Mitchell will come into the game. Got to expect that to be just a
position.
Yep.
Yeah, position swap there.
So now you got a lot of speed coming up with Seegers in the box and Mitchell at first.
Yeah, now I didn't really think you'd see any action before. Now you might, with good speed from Mitchell and good bat handler there in Seegers.
Michael's had a productive day with a sacrifice bunt, a single.
Flack's not too bad to the plate, so I mean, everybody will have to be kind of alert and on their game to execute it.
Michael will watch this one go right below him at the feet. Ball 1. Peterson's on deck. I'd like to see him get another at bat with runners on base and in scoring position. Ooh, this one's way inside. Seegers has to scoot his feet back. 2 balls, no strikes.
And they kind of throw both of them right in there to see how quick Seegers was to dance step around.
Mitchell's got a decent lead over there at first. The 2-0. Michael hits it on the ground to second. Flip to second for 1. This is double trouble.
Oh, no.
Double play. Called him out at first. 4-6-3 for Bradley, and that'll do it for the 7th. Iowa 5, Bradley 1. The 8th is coming up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Top of the 8th inning, Iowa on top of Bradley 5-1. Braves are coming to the box. They'll send up 7, 8, 9. So the bottom third of the order, and they'll take on a new Hawkeye pitcher, bringing in the right-handed redshirt junior from Bettendorf, Will Christofferson. Good to see Christo back.
Team leading 16th appearance for Christo, 2-1 on the season. He's got a save, 5.40 ERA, 13 in the third innings. 8 hits, 9 runs, 8 of those were earned, 11 walks, and 27 strikeouts. Opponents just hitting 167. has hit 6 batters. But again, you started to, just like Jared Simpson, you saw a great start, lulled a little, and then it started to kind of find his way back and regain his confidence. And I had a good chat with him in Minneapolis, and I felt like he was close, and he felt good about it. And that's kind of what you're after, is to make sure he's maintaining confidence. Slider's just crazy good, and so you just want to see him stick to it and keep slinging it in there for strikes.
He'll face Manthe to start it off. Goes with a fastball. Called strike inside corner. We don't see very many fastballs from Will.
Well, and that was one of the things that Will told me, was he wanted to throw a few more fastballs because he felt like then that gave him a better command of the slider and was able to locate it better and get the chase.
There's the slider that's clubbed into center, but right to Huckstorf. He'll catch it on the run. 1 down. Good start for Christopherson. He needs one of those too, one of those clean innings. I don't know that we'll see him in the 9th. Might see Llewellyn, might see somebody else. But, boy, for the confidence of Christopherson to get back to where he's been this season.
Yeah, Christo threw two-thirds of an inning against Bradley before, gave up a hit, a run, a walk. Had a wild pitch, hit batter, so, wasn't his best outing. So, again, you just want to kind of see him build on it, and I think you'll see Louis in the 9th.
Catcher Adam Bryan stands in from the left side. Fastball's outside from Christopherson. .1-0 is
a strike.
Inside. Wow, yeah.
So what we've determined is he doesn't call that pitch that's on the plate to left-handers. So when you come in there, you're just not getting that call.
2-0's hit back to the screen, 2-1.
You throw that pitch to a right-hander, you get it 2 balls off the plate.
Yeah.
You throw it to a left-hander who's crowding the plate, and you don't get it.
Took us to the 8th to figure it out, I guess.
Sneaking up on it.
Liked what I've seen from Christopherson. He's been right around. There's no doubt about that. Here comes the 2-1. Nice slider, swing and a miss. 2-2.
I'm not smart, but I'm a little slow. I'll get there.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that about you. I say for both of us. I've been in the same boat since the first pitch here tonight, John. 2-2 pitch from Christopherson. Swing and a miss. Got him. Out number 2.
Again, what you see him from Christos, you're just seeing a good mix. He's
on schedule is the way I think of it, right? Where, okay, we're going to mix in a fastball, but then get to those sliders in advantageous counts.
Yeah, fastball. Started that off with 3 fastballs, then came back with 2 sliders, and next thing you know, he's sitting down with a strikeout.
Bottom of the order, McGinnis goes with the fastball, and it's high for a ball.
Again, if that sets up the rest of the at-bat for Christo, we're all for it.
Down on the count, 2-0 to the 9-hitter. She started 2-0 on the last hitter, worked all the way back to strike him out.
Yeah, not a great habit to work with. We saw how that can punish you.
There is the strike, 2-1. Low pressure situation right now. Iowa leading 5-1. In the top of the 8th.
It's low, but it's not no as you come to the top of the order here. You put on a couple guys. This game's not out of reach yet, so all of a sudden you get a snowball going downhill here with the top of their order coming. You never know, so kind of important here for Will just to finish it off.
Great pitch on the 2-2. It is just low. Home plate umpire flinched. Johnny, I think he wanted to call it, but he couldn't commit to it, and the count's 3-2.
It had to have fooled him with what Christo did, because, again, what a great pitch.
The 3-2 hit foul in front of the Iowa dugout. Look out over there.
Good slider there. Busted it inside. I suppose a lot of pitchers you think they're going to throw off speed. With Will, he might be able to sneak a fastball past.
Yeah, might be a possibility here. The 3-2 on the ground to first. DeRiggi's played it nicely. He's got it. Ooh, he'll flip to Christopherson for the 3rd out. That ended up being a close play over there at first.
Wasn't really well hit, and it was just a little awkward. And so by the time DeRiggi waited for it to get to him, then felt like he needed to flip it, and he probably did.
4 straight 1-2-3 innings by this Iowa pitching staff and defense. Could have used one of those yesterday, but that's all right. That was yesterday. Today's today. Iowa leads it 5-1. Go to the bottom of the 8th. Coming up right after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Bottom of the 8th, Iowa 5, Bradley 1. Need a couple of runs of insurance. That wouldn't be too bad. We'll be facing off against a new Bradley pitcher. Into the game right now, we'll see Connor Langrel, a fifth-year right-handed pitcher from Riverview, Florida.
And he'll be a tough guy to get a couple. 1-1 on the season, 8 saves, 277. This will be appearance number 13. 13 innings pitched, 8 hits, 6 runs, just 4 earned. 11 walks and 20 strikeouts. His opponents hit just 163 against him. 2-pitch guy. He's going to have a fastball that's up there right around 90, a little under, but then you can see a good heavy breaking curveball that my guess is Hawkeye Scouting Report will say take, but you got to be able to identify it early. Not really going to throw it for strikes very often. It's just going to require a lot of chase. So we'll see how the Hawks can do with that. And Petey will put a bunt here in his second at bat.
We'll see Peterson leading things off, followed by Cade Moss, and then to the top of the order with Wilmus. Iowa with 5 runs tonight, 9 hits, errorless baseball in the field. Sharp defense by the Hawkeyes today. Bradley 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. All right, Langrel's ready. And the pitch is low to Peterson to start off his at-bat.
Better have been.
Yeah. Boy, if we would have got that call, we would have had a gripe, huh?
We'd had to talk about game check somewhere along the way.
This one is a strike. That's at the bottom portion. You won't go any lower than that. And it's 1-1.
Playing deep. You could see Petey bunt, but maybe he's just coming back, wants to take some cuts.
1-1, hit on the ground to third, bobbled there. He'll pick it up, he'll throw it. Not in time. Peterson gets down the line with the base hit. It'll probably be an error, I guess.
Would probably be an error, but boy, that's Petey was flying down the line. I mean, that's probably pent up energy from the last 2 or 3 weeks as he's humming down the line. Able to beat it out and give the Hawkeyes the leadoff man on base.
So Manthe is dinged with the error at third. And so Peterson's at first. We'll see Moss into the box now. It'll be Cade's first at bat.
Yeah, there's a lot of protective gear we're going to put on Petey after what happened. So
there's no such thing as a time violation for a base runner, is there? I don't want to find out.
No, we're gonna Michelin man him up and get on with it.
Moss squares to bunt. Oh boy, Peterson steals second. That's a tough play right there. Moss had pulled it back, and the catcher, Brian, was expecting Moss to get that bunt down. So when Cade pulled it back, it hit Brian right in the chest.
Well, but it foul tipped. So because that's the only reason. That's the only reason Petey's got to go back to first. So
I didn't notice that Peterson had to go back to first.
Yeah, didn't quite get it ripped back fast enough.
So the deflection caused it to hit him in a place he wasn't expecting and got him right in the chest protector. He popped up, and he was not pleased with Moss. He gave him a look. Did you see that?
I didn't see the look, but
I don't know what you're going to do there.
Right. Didn't want to bunt it. My guy was stealing.
Part of the job. Here's the 0-1. There goes Petey again. Pitches inside. Throw down to second. Off of Peterson's helmet. It'll get down the line and left. Petey's headed for third. He'll dive into there, and all of a sudden, Peterson is at third base.
Welcome back, Sam Peterson.
The throw went down, it bounced and clocked Petey in the head.
Well, I mean, that's again, that's a month's worth of pent-up energy on the bases right now.
I don't know if we'll see Sam run that fast the rest of the year. And it won't be a hustle or effort thing. It's just he was zooming. All right. Count is 1-1 to Moss. Infield comes in for Bradley.
It was an airless game until Petey came up this inning, and now there's two.
Moss takes this. High. Ball 2.
Good pitch there. Just
zone's got tight.
Look, zone's gotten a little tight. You know, maybe the breaking ball idea there. I mean, it was very much the top of the zone, but we've seen those called so far today as well.
Langrel's got the sign that he likes. The 2-1 popped up right side. Get out of play here. Get out of play. It will. Find the stands. Count will be 2-2 to Moss. Well, you could go sacrifice fly, although a throw from the outfield, especially from center or right, will be helped by the wind.
You're going to have to cork one to get it out deep enough. But, again, we've talked about Petey's speed and energy level right now, so good chance he'll score.
How about just a base hit here, Cade? The 2-2.
Great pitch there.
Oh, beautiful breaking ball, called third strike. That started at his left shoulder, his front shoulder, and it dropped right in.
And that was kind of the idea is, again, the Hawkeyes are going to take a lot of the breaking balls. He doesn't throw a ton of them for strikes, but, boy, that one was a beauty as he snapped that one in. 76 miles an hour, 14 inches of break, and 15 inches of downward action. So a lot of movement on it, tough to hit. See if Wilmus can drive in a run.
Wilmus has a single and a run scored. He squares the bunt. Look out. Up and in, ball 1.
Infield in. A good chance here for Hawks to score a run. Wilmus handles the bat well. Didn't bunt very well the last time he got called on to do it, though.
Takes this up and in. Did that hit him? Yes, it did. Hold on a minute. Yes, it did. Wilmus is hit by the pitch.
Again, I'm not sure what the catcher's arguing about. It hit him. It's the easiest way to get hit you could possibly get hit, is it just kind of grazed his shirt going through.
Ben is a menace.
in a great way for the Hawkeyes.
Yes, I have tabbed him as being a very annoying hitter for opponents. And he's on again today.
This is the type of guy, Keaton Anthony could run into that dipping curveball, and this kind of fits with the way that Keaton likes to swing.
Right into the pattern, fitting together like two pieces of a puzzle, huh? First pitch to Anthony. This is ripped to short, through into left field. 1 run is in. Wilmus heading from second to third. He's got to hurry. Here comes the throw. Not in time. And Anthony will get to second. Peterson scores at 6-1.
Good hustle there. Unfortunately, we won't get to add to the double total on that one. That'll be a single and headed to third on the throw. But great piece of hitting there, just outside of the shortstop's range. RBI single, and the Hawks have a chance to pile it on. But we're going to have a little mound visit first. Can't imagine they're going to go outside of their closer here, but they got a guy now just trying to get loose. So they're not really ready to go with anybody.
Slow walk to the mound for Bradley's pitching coach. DeRiggi will be the hitter. John, I just want to give you credit on that one because he did see the off speed, and he did have that uppercut swing on it. I mean, it was just a line drive, but you were right on cue with the swing pattern there for Anthony.
Just a line drive. Come on, don't sell him short. That 100-mile-an-hour exit velocity just because he had no lift on it.
He caught the middle of the ball instead of the bottom of it to drive it out, but still a great base hit.
Down move and an up move.
Yeah.
That's hard to square that completely up.
But you were right in your analysis is the point that I'm making, that it was a good situation, a good position for Anthony.
Now Keaton's got 3 hits today, so man, he's really the last month or so, I imagine, he's got the average back up to 370 and just, single, double, single, double.
Yeah.
Just been able to keep spraying it around, and he's using all fields again.
Finding a home in the second batter of the order. He's been there for a number of weeks now. I can't remember the last time. I can't remember exactly when the move was made to put Keaton in the 2 spot.
Well, probably about the time he really started to hit was when it moved. And funny enough, that 2 spot's been really good. Huck hit really well there.
Turigge gets the hand started on the 0-1 pitch, doesn't offer at it. Counts even at 1-1. Wilmus at third, Anthony at second. Infield in for the Braves in the bottom of the 8th. Iowa 6-1.
What you like here is the 10 hits. Haven't got a ton of free bases. You've just went out and earned it. Oh, jeez.
Backdoor breaking ball called a strike. 1-2. Turigge chases that one in the dirt. Throw it down to first on the drop, 3rd strike. Brennan's had a bit of a tough day. Hit the home run and the single, but 3 strikeouts for the Hawkeye first baseman. He's out number 2.
Again, that's where the pitch before is the one that sets that up. When all of a sudden you get strike 2 on a ball that looks off the plate and maybe even a little up, and all of a sudden that's strike 2. Well, now you're really expanding your zone and you lose your patience. You can say, hey, keep your discipline, it's okay.
Here's a chopper hit back up the middle. The second baseman backhands it, throws it on the run to get Raider Tello at first.
1 run, 1 hit.
Good play by McGinnis at second. That'll do it for the 8th. 3 more outs to get for the Hawkeyes. Iowa 6, Bradley 1. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
The grains of sand in the top of the hourglass are running thin for the Bradley Braves. We get to the 9th, Iowa 6, Bradley 1. Top of the order coming up for the Braves. New Hawkeye pitcher into the game. The closer to come slam the door, Luke Llewellyn, the right-hander from Urbandale.
1-0 on the season. He's got a save. This will be appearance number 15 as he sports a 2.20 ERA in 16 1/3 innings. Just 8 hits, 6 runs. Only 4 of those were earned. 12 walks, 21 strikeouts. Opponents hitting again, just 140 against Luke.
And in the best case scenario, you go 8th inning, 9th inning, Christopherson, Llewellyn, that's got to be up there. When they're on, that's got to be up there for some of the best in the conference.
It would seem like that's a pretty good group to finish it up with. Because you could flip him over if you wanted, especially as Christo starts to find his way again. So you got a good chance to kind of fiddle around there if you needed to, depending on how it had worked out, the game before, those types of things.
All right, so Llewellyn versus Vogel, the top of the order to start the 9th. Iowa leading by 5. First pitch, strike from Llewellyn. Hard fastball, low and in corner.
Like to just do the job here, get through this quickly and cleanly.
Check swing on the 0-1 did not matter. Called strike. Outer half of the plate, nothing in 2.
Yeah, just buried that one now. Good chance to. Love seeing Louis come in and dominate the strike zone. Sometimes he's got kind of that one hitter that he's got to warm up on. And
Moss setting up a bit outside the 0-2. Outside corner, throws him. Strikeout, out number 1.
Louis just went right after him and got it. And that's the that's kind of the effective waste pitch. As he threw it, again, it's using the very outside edge of the strike zone, gets the call, one away, and we'll have a pinch hitter.
Peter Johnson will come into the game, the freshman left-handed hitter, 6'4", 190.
Just his third at-bat of the season. His third plate appearance. One and the same, I suppose.
He's crouched over with an open stance, a little bit of a funky stance. And he swings at the first pitch and fouled it off of Cade Moss.
Looks like a tall guy.
Yeah, he's one of those tall ones, isn't he? Let's see here. Johnson appearing in just his third game. Got one strikeout. Llewellyn with a good start on him. Comes set with the 0-1. That one floated high, ball one.
Yeah, Hawks are, as a pitching staff, I was just looking at the batting average earlier.
1-1 tap foul in the box. Go ahead, John.
Well, yeah, it seems like every guy that's come into the game has said, holding opponents to low batting average. Hawks are actually 7th in the country in hits allowed per 9 innings, 7.37. Now, again, you could argue free bases have been a bigger problem than hits have been, but it just goes to show if you can clean up that part of the game, Hawks will be pretty tough.
Yeah. 1-2 from Llewellyn, swing and a miss. Got him with a high heater. So he freezes the first guy and then smokes the second one with a fastball. 2 outs in the inning.
The free T-shirt somehow ended up on the field.
I don't know how that was possible. I don't know where that one was launched from. The strikeout T-shirt ended up.
Well, it ballooned up, and so then once it broke out of the ball, well, then the wind got it.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, really.
Now, those T-shirts are folded in the same office that I work in Carver. John, that one could have been me. I might have folded that one. Didn't do a good enough job. First pitch to Delgado's low and out for a ball.
The key is you'll learn something.
Yeah.
You get it tighter. You build it in a little bit better. I think you can do it.
The marketing staff, they're busy on a couple days before the games, getting everything set up for a home game. 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed, 1-1. This is not Delgado, by the way. This is Hank Hemrich.
Louis just said, here's my 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Are you good enough to hit it? The answer at that time was no.
Best of luck to ya. Llewellyn ready with the 1-1. Here it comes. Fouled back, 1-2. And Bradley down to their final strike.
He asked the same question. The answer was, well, I can get it off the screen this time. As Louis will try to finish up. An outstanding pitching performance for the Hawkeyes today.
So far, so good. Iowa 6-1. Hawkeye fans on their feet. The 1-2. Llewellyn feels it, deals it, swing and a miss. Llewellyn strikes out the side to finish the deal. Hawks win it 6-1.
Okay, let's talk about this for just a quick second. 11 walks yesterday, no walks today.
How do you explain that?
Well, one, you threw 5 different guys or 6 different guys than you threw yesterday, but not that the guys yesterday couldn't do it. Maybe it's your home versus away sort of idea. Maybe it's the on-bus chewing that Coach gave the team yesterday. There's all kinds of things you could lean toward there, but really just just a fantastic pitching performance to limit the extra opportunities. They just attacked the zone from the first inning. Sav got them off to a great start. Hawks were at 68% for strikes, whereas yesterday we were fiddling around in that 50% range again. So really nice job, and perhaps it's a slightly generous strike zone for the most part, but again, both teams working with it, and Iowa did a great job.
Hawks win it 6-1. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Iowa improves to 26-10 now following the 6-1 victory over Bradley. It's almost like the start of the game really matters. Yesterday we didn't get a great start on the pitcher's mound. Today we got an absolutely lights-out start from Aaron Savory, and the rest feels like history.
Well, really well done there. You know, you take a quick look. Sav through 2 innings, gave up a hit, struck out a guy. Simpson comes in, actually gets the win. 2 innings, 2 hits, a run as he gave up the home run that, believe me, I'm going to give Wilmus a whole hard time that he didn't climb the fence and catch. But struck out 3. Still good to see Simpson come back in and do a nice job. Wheatley had a clean inning. Whitlock had a clean inning with a strike. Actually, 2 clean innings with a strikeout. Christo had a clean inning with a strikeout. And then Llewellyn comes in and strikes out the side. So the Hawks strike out 9, only give up 3 hits. And then you go back to, again, most importantly, no walks. And you go to the other side with the hitting. You know, Iowa did a nice job of stringing together, you know, scoring there in 3 innings and putting some things together without a lot of free bases. You know, it wasn't like Bradley was throwing a bunch of balls. There were some guys that had some control issues coming into today, but they threw a ton of strikes as well. Hawks ended up with just a couple of walks, but really had to earn it and, you know, put together the 10 hits and scored 6 runs.
And that was good to see, because at the Minnesota series we were given so many free bases, you couldn't really tell how the offense was doing. Scored a lot of runs, but didn't generate any of those. Really, it didn't feel like on our own. We were just handed to them. But today was a different story. We earned the runs, earned our way on. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go over highlights. We'll hear from Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa wins the midweek over Bradley 6-1, improving now to 26-10. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, thought on the win tonight?
Well, just a really good bounce back, especially on the mound after last night, a night that we just didn't really compete that well on the mound. You know, we have 6 guys go out there, do a tremendous job. We don't walk a hitter. The only thing we give up is a solo homer. Not a lot of traffic, 3 base runners in general. Just a great job by that group of guys. Aaron with a great start. And then from there, just guys doing really good job throwing up zeros. Luke really sharp at the end. So just really happy for those 6 guys to kind of come out and I guess reestablish who we are. Those guys did a tremendous job. And then offensively, a lot of good things. There was some empty at-bats in there that we'd certainly like to get rid of. Some strikeouts that probably don't, it's just not a number we like to see. But overall, just a really good bounce back. Some big hits. Obviously, Brennan and Rader, the back-to-back homers to get us going. Keaton had a great night. So just able to do enough offensively, and it all started on the mound.
Yeah, is it something as simple as just getting that first guy on the mound to be solid? Like, just didn't really see that last night and really saw it tonight with Savory.
Yeah, certainly can go that way. It's like the whole pace of the game, the whole way the game goes starts with your starting pitcher. And if he's fighting tooth and nail in the first few innings, it feels like you do that the rest of the game. And certainly Aaron gives us a really clean start and just got everybody rolling after that. So I think you're right on. It's a lot of that stuff that goes on in our game is contagious. You just need some things to go your way, and then things start to fall in place. And on the flip side, last night you needed somebody to step up and stop it, and we just didn't. And it just kind of kept rolling downhill, which is something you never like to see. And but the guys came back. We get back at 1 o'clock last night. Into the guys aren't getting to bed till 2. We got class. So to come out with energy and to get the type of effort we got tonight says a lot about them.
On the offensive side of things, you did enough and held off the Braves. Your thoughts on the offensive side?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's any secret. We need to get some guys going, and some guys, that were struggling a little bit had some good nights. Huck and DeRigi and Keaton's going fine. Rader, those guys just having some good things happen because they've had some good at bats and just have had some bad luck. But again, just some runners on third, less than 2 outs. We're punching out. Those are the things you really have to clean up. And going into a weekend where, especially on Friday, you're facing a high quality arm. Arguably maybe the best arm in our league. Just as far as pitching, I mean, Brody's got the stuff over everybody, but this kid is a really tough competitor. So it's that type of night. You go into a conference weekend where your chances may be limited, and that punch out with the runner at third and less than 2 outs is going to kill you. That's going to be your opportunity, and then you're trying to get the big 2-out hit. We just need to do a better job. That was really the only thing that was a little disappointing, but again, overall, after the horrific scene that was last night's game, it was much better tonight.
Well, we'll tease the series coming up, a rivalry with Nebraska. You got a thought on it yet, Coach?
Well, I think, the argument can be made that maybe they're playing the best out of anybody in our league. It's a really good offense. I mean, the best offense in our league. It's physical. They're leading the league in home runs by quite a lot. They have 3 guys over 10. They have really special talent, leadoff hitter Matthews and 3-hole hitter Anderson that are pros. They're top 2 or 3 round hitters. So it's going to be a challenge to keep them down offensively. And then you got their Friday guy, Emmett Olson, who is a really competitive, tough type kid. And he's going to give you all you can handle. You really have to answer the bell with your competitiveness and just your ability to stay in the strike zone. So it's going to be a challenge. Certainly we wish we'd have some better weather because I know we'd have a great crowd. It's going to be pretty dicey weather-wise, but that's the way it goes. And so we just got to be ready to go. And we're going to have to play our best baseball. We're going to have to play really good baseball to have a chance to win. But that's no different than any other time in the league. So that doesn't change. And we'll have a good day tomorrow. Kind of probably a lighter day to get them back, kind of on their feet again. Roll through some scout. And be ready to go for a fun weekend.
Our really good is really good, Coach. Congratulations on the win tonight.
Hey, John, last thing for me, a couple guys playing with really heavy hearts. Ben Wilmus's grandma passed away here a day or 2 ago, and Ben played the last 2 nights after that happened. So just we're thinking about his family, the Yasinich family and the Wilmus family, with that situation, and then Ben Tallman's grandfather passed away as well. So 2 guys that played with heavy hearts tonight that we're certainly thinking about their families and just appreciate all they do for us and our program, and we're all thinking about them.
Yeah, Wilmus and Tallman, those are great Hawks right there. We're thinking of them. Thanks for your time tonight, Coach.
Thanks.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Duane Banks. Iowa wins it 6-1. We're back with highlights right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Iowa 6, Bradley 1 from Dwayne Banks tonight. A get-right type of game, and a good job by the Hawkeyes this evening to do that as we get ready for our series with Nebraska. Let's relive some of the highlights from the 6-1 winner tonight. For the black and gold, the pitch. Brennan drives this deep to right center, carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Touch them all. Brennan Duriggi. Boom. Absolutely crushed. 1-1 to Tello. He drives this one. This is an absolute no-doubter from Raider. Tello with the bat flip. Tello says, adios, pelota. 2-0. He'll hit the first pitch on the ground and through into left field. Base hit. Wilmus scores. Here comes Anthony chugging around third. The throw goes into third where Duriggi slides in safely. It's an RBI, a 2 RBI single. Raider, Tello. Hawks lead at 4-1. 1-0 into the gap in left center. Base hit. Another single for the Hawkeyes in the inning. That'll bring home Duriggi. 5-1 as Huxdorf makes it the 5th consecutive single. Fitting together like two pieces of a puzzle, huh? First pitch to Anthony. This is ripped to short, through into left field. 1 run is in. Wilmus heading from second to third. He's got to hurry. Here comes the throw. Not in time. And Anthony will get to second. Peterson scores at 6-1. Hawkeye fans on their feet. The 1-2. Llewellyn feels it, deals it. Swing and a miss. Llewellyn strikes out the side to finish the deal. Hawks win it 6-1. A complete performance by the Hawkeyes tonight. A game that felt like Iowa was in control of from start to finish, even though it was a close game for a majority of it until the last couple of innings where Iowa added some insurance. Iowa 6, Bradley 1. Thank you for tuning in to Iowa Hawkeye Baseball tonight. Appreciate you listening to tonight's game. Big series coming up with Nebraska this weekend right here at home. Friday we'll start things off, 6:05 first pitch. Hawkeyes and Huskers. The weekend schedule, Saturday scheduled for 2 o'clock, Sunday for 1 o'clock. We hope you join us at Dwayne Banks, and if you don't, John and I will have the call on the Hawkeye Radio Network this weekend. All right, Iowa wins it 6-1 for my great board op down the line. Michael, great job as always tonight, Michael. We'll see you this weekend. John Evans, my fine color analyst. I'm John Leo saying so long from Dwayne Banks. Iowa 6, Bradley 1. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.